Karimi. Morser. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to our third day of our training, and thank you for keeping time. Can see Isiolo is well represented. We want to start in a while. We have a few things that are ahead of us this day, but thank you for keeping time. You can alert your colleagues that we are about to start. Kindly send a word through. We have one or two things that we wanted to finish, and as I indicated earlier, we hope that we may end slightly earlier for the day. But depends on how we manage the time between now and our last activity for the day. So kindly let us send a word. Yeah, you know, there's somebody seated somewhere waiting to be assured the meeting has started, so that we move on. So in the next few minutes, we should be starting. Welcome, Safina Aga. Welcome. Wanaguyo, good morning. I hope you're well where you are. Guyo, habari asubuhi.
Morning, sir.
Mr.
Morning,
yeah,
sir.
thank you. Yeah, good to see you this morning. Sigiriso, good morning. Good morning, Sigiriso. Good morning. Kalogao Matoye, good morning. Jafet, how are you?
Fine, Director.
Okay, most welcome. Most welcome, Kaburu. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Peter, habari yako?
Nzuri sana.
Thank you. How is Merti?
I'm in Holdonyero, eh? I'm the other Peter.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm confusing you with your colleague and Merti.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm Peter Lobey. Thank you.
Okay, asante.
Merti Nico, good morning.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Asante sana. I know it is very hot. It is very, very hot in okay.
Garbatula Galgalo present.
Thank you, asante kwa Galgalo. Tunashukuru. Yeah, and thank you. The strong team from Isiolo. We appreciate your presence here. Asante sana. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning, Philip. How are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you.
I'm calling
Thank
from
you very much.
Oldonyero.
Oldonyero, yes. Yeah, there's Philip and Peter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, asante sana.
Thank you.
I think we are good. We start in a moment, and thank you for coming in. There is Safina Aga. Safina. Don't know whether from Marsabit or.
Yes, she's from Marsabit.
Hello.
Okay. Jambo, Safina, how are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm fine. Which part of Marsabit?
Marsabit Moyale.
Marsabit Moyale. Okay, asante sana. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Madam Rutere, how are you? Good morning. Hello.
Morning, Martin. I'm in.
Jambo, habari ya Isiolo town?
Isiolo town iko sawa, joto imeanza.
Yes.
Tutatoboa tu.
Okay, asante sana. Karibu
Yes.
sana. Thank you. Okay, I think we are good. We are okay. Yeah, it is always good to have that call in the morning, and not only for this meeting, because I know also you do some virtual meetings. It is a practice and good discipline to check that the participants are hearing you, and also you can hear them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call this meeting to order, our last day on sensitization of the field officers, the directors, and the CASOs, and also the school auditors on KEMIS, Kenya Education Management Information System. So before we come to the business of the day, I would request one of us to open this meeting with a word of prayer. Any volunteer who can give a prayer? It's a good discipline. Any person?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
bwana. Yes, please.
Wacha tufanye maombi kidogo.
Asante sana, nashukuru.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Tuendelee sasa.
Amen.
Let's
Thank
continue.
you, Mr. Galgalo. We appreciate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, and we thank you for finding time to join us this morning. And just to mention, we are at a situation whereby, as all of us are aware, because it is in the public Kenyan domain, and actually I think even international domain, there are issues about data in our schools, data that is coming from the counties and the sub-counties and our schools. And I think it's by coincidence that we had some report which was released yesterday. You saw it, you have heard about it by the CS and the PS. And this puts a lot of pressure and a lot of emphasis on what we are talking about. Matters data, you saw those numbers. And those numbers is data. And kindly, we need to be very particular on our roles as county directors of education, sub-county directors, quality assurance and standards officers, school auditors. That information will not have come at a time to put emphasis on what we are doing. So kindly, ladies and gentlemen, let us be careful. Let us take the matters of data seriously, because as you're all aware, the repercussions are unbearable. The repercussions are unbearable, and it's unfortunate that we have had some of these issues affecting our colleagues around the country. So please let us make sure that we take this seriously. As we move on into KEMIS, we have to have a hawk's eye on the data that is coming from our schools. And then I will also beseech you that if there's anything concerning issues of data from the ministry headquarters, kindly directors, ladies and gentlemen, take it with a lot of interest, take it with a lot of keenness, because as we have seen, things are getting more stricter and more particular, and as wherever we are in our offices, in our jurisdictions, taking personal responsibility. So please, I wouldn't overemphasize what the figures yesterday talked about, and actually even the repercussions of that moving forward. So put a lot of emphasis on data. We may say a lot of things about KEMIS and a lot of things about data. But at the end of the day, data integrity, as I mentioned yesterday, data accuracy is very, very, very important. And directors, if you are required as a sub-county director, as CDE, to authenticate any data, then make it a priority for yourself. Because the Kenyan public, there's a discussion in the Kenyan public about issues of competition. The principals and the head teachers are pushing and they're pushing the politicians, they're pushing the local leaders, they're pushing the national leaders, and eventually it comes down to us as supervisors and as educational leaders in our areas of jurisdiction. So I thought of mentioning that because it is part of the national discussion that is there, and I know there'll be other issues that will become as that report gets more synthesized to make sense out of it, and also to be used by the ministry and even by the national government. So most welcome. Good to see you. We have a responsibility and we need to do what we are supposed to do. So having said that, coming back to what we did yesterday, we went through the bit of practical, and that is what I think was the peak for yesterday. And we were able to see the county directors of education do the process. Remember the approval flow to the sub-county directors, to the sub-county councils, visiting the school, uploading the report, and going all through to the county director of education. And remember also, we said also in case there is an issue of a particular school and the county director is not comfortable with what is coming from the school, then they can assign the county council for more verification so that proper information is gotten from the school. So that is what we were able to go through yesterday. So this today we have got two main areas that we are going to go through, actually three for that matter. One is your role, and your role as the county director or the sub-county director or quality assurance and standards officer. Your role to validate the data that is coming from our schools. That is one very important, and that is what Madam Odan is going to take us through. The need for you to validate that data and what you need to do. That is the first part of this morning. Then after that, we are going to go through a brief session on learner transfer and how that one is handled in the system. Remember, we said that resources, the instructional resources, should follow the student or the learner where the student is moving. He is in this school today or by the end of March and moves moves in April to another school. Then in May, the resources should find that student in the new school. We are going to go through that. And finally, we are going to go through the user management. How can you create a user under your account? For example, your secretary to assist you in some of the functions of the KEMIS. So those are the three areas that we hope you're going to run, and maybe by midday we should be doing our closure. So unless there's a question, a clarification, I would like to call upon Madam to take us through the validation or the session on validation of data. Any comment, any observations? Okay. So I want to call upon Madam Holden, my colleague. My team is here, strong. The technical team, the ICT team, all of us are here to make sure that we are able to support you and give you some comfortable motion through what we are doing. So I'll call upon Madam Holden to take over and then get us through the bit of validation. How do you validate the data? What are issues about validation and other aspects of validation? Madam Holden.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please, hearing your sound will prove to me that I am audible.
Good morning.
Please, if you...
Good morning.
Madam. Good morning, Madam.
Good
Thank you,
morning.
Galgalo. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Philip. I think I am good to continue now, and hope everybody, please, I'm just requesting, our participants are only 18 now, and I'm just seeing few from Garissa here. Please try to communicate to your colleagues because the session is very important for all of you. It is very important for all of you. Therefore, please try to communicate, write to your colleagues. Let them join, try to communicate to them so that the number was not 18 yesterday, it was over 40. And it is, in fact, it is very early for them to leave the session. And this session is very important for them. Please try to write to your colleagues. You can check the names. And if you see that one of your colleagues is not there, I know you have their numbers. Try to write to them, try to communicate to them so that at least we get a good number. Like now it's 8, it's even not 18, it is 15 minus 3 of us. Now 15, and then later on when we start, it is not fair the others just to join us when we are almost finishing. Please try to write to them so that at least we start with our session when we are like 20 to 25, something like that. Please try to write. Otherwise, I think from day one, today is the third day, day one and day two, whatever knowledge you got, I think it's very important for you. And most of the parts, like the institutional module and the learner module, which is the responsibility of the head teacher, but we were just teaching you so that tomorrow, in case you get such issue in your office, in case a head teacher comes to you or principal comes to you and ask you for help, you can help them with their laptops. I know automatically they will come to you in your office with that laptop. Yes, yes, Kabur. Unmute yourself, please.
Hapana, nafikiri watu wanastahili kuleta tu hard copy. Kile unaona wengi wametuma picha.
Kaburu, Kaburu, please unmute yourself. Philip, unmute yourself. Philip, unmute yourself, please. Thank you. Thank you. Therefore, I was talking about the institutional module and learner module that we thought the past 2 days, those are the work of the principal or the head teacher of the institution. But we were just passing it through for you to help them tomorrow in case they have any problem. We know we have trained them, but they are human beings. They can even forget how to fill that form. Then, if you are as a sub-county director, if a principal comes to you with a laptop and tells you, help me, I have not understood anything. If we want to pass through that institutional module and learner module, it will be a problem for you even to help that particular principal or head teacher. Therefore, that is why we wanted you at least to see what they are doing in their ground, what they are doing in the institution, what they are doing when they are registering the institution, what they are supposed to do when they are capturing the learners. All that is what we wanted you to help for those who don't understand or those who are maybe allergic to the laptops or there are some who don't want even to do it. They will just rush to the cybers, for which this will not help. Because if they will use cyber, they might capture, wrongly. Therefore, please also, after your training, you need to have a meeting with your principal and the head teachers. Tell them, advise them. We discussed a lot of things like the email, like that contact, like how they will be capturing. They have to do it in their environment, school compound, when they are capturing or when they are registering the institution. When they are registering the institution, we emphasized they have to do it in the school compound. They have to do it in the school compound in order to know the coordinate or the GPS of that particular location, the location of the institution. All that you need, when you have a meeting, you need to advise them. And also, for those who, most of them, some of them maybe they have not attended the meeting, you can even tell them what to do. Fill in the form. The form is not different like the former form, but still, when they are filling, they need to be advised. They were not feeling the way we are feeling it right now in the system. They used to feel it using manual, using papers. But now, if they learn using the system, in fact, it is the easiest thing. The system will automatically capture when they submit and the moment they fill that form and they confirm and submit, automatically it is captured in the system. Therefore, for this now, it will give us, it will give you, the sub-county director or county directors, for at least giving out, in case you are requested to send data, it will be very easy for you to get the data, because you ask a school to send for you grade 7 or grade 8 enrollment, automatically they have it in the system, and they will send for you from the system that they have, where they have saved. Therefore, please, I could just advise you, the sub-county director, county directors, all the CASOs who are in, all of you, to be very attentive in this training. It is very important. It is really very important, and it is something which is very it is advantage for the schools and for you also. This issue of saying send data, send your data of your schools, send the number of the schools that you have, all that, if you capture them in this system, you will not think, out of the box, looking for the schools or asking the principals or the head teachers to send for you. That will be something that you will be in your system. It is something that automatically you have, and even you will know the number of learners that has been captured in that system, the number of schools that you have, it will be in that system. Therefore, please make sure that you have to be very attentive, you have to listen, you have to learn. Whatever you will learn here is what you will be doing wherever you are. Therefore, whatever we taught you for the last 2 days, it was very important. And today, let us see what we can do. And still, I am just passing all those. I just wanted you to communicate to your colleagues. That is why I'm just using all that time to talk to you how this system is advantage for you. I just want you to talk to your colleagues or to write them message so that they join. The number is still 15. Anyway, they will join us. Hope you have written to them. I believe that you have written to them. Bita, have you communicated to any one of them? So that at least we start. Yes, Bita? Bita Philip?
Yes, madam, almost Isiolo is almost 100%.
Isiolo
Thank you,
all
Isiolo.
in.
Isiolo, thank you very much. What of Makueni?
It's about commitment, madam. If somebody is not committed, however much we call for them, let's move on.
Exactly.
Yes, it's about,
thank you.
It's about
Thank
commitment.
You. Yes, okay. Makueni and Garissa, please. We are just doing it for the sake, we need to understand. If they are not understanding that, if they don't know the importance of this, tomorrow they will call you and ask you. I know automatically. They will just call the colleagues who have attended this training. I know they will just, that is why I'm asking you, you just communicate to them so that even if they come to you tomorrow, you tell them, where were you when I was in that training? And that will stop them. Thank you very much. Now our session today is data validation. And when we talk about data validation, it is an official platform for collecting, verifying, and approving school data. When we talk about data validation, it is an official platform for collecting, verifying, and approving school data. For this, the validation ensures data accuracy by identifying and correcting errors using standard procedure. And also, in the education management, it is vital for reliable reporting and decision making. When you have accurate data, when you have correct data, you can make a decision. When you have correct data and accurate data, you could, in fact, you will get correct fundings from the government. When your data is not correct, when your data is in inaccuracy, in fact, that will not help a particular school. Therefore, for this now, it will ensure data accuracy by identifying, correcting errors using standard procedures. And also, it is ethical and professional handling, protects privacy and also making data a trustworthy asset for institutional process. An example, the institutional, if you have a data that you know, an example, this institution have 400 learners, and the whole 400 learners, it is in the system. Therefore, in that now, you can do a decision. An example, in that institution, you have 400 learners. If you need to add a classroom or any infrastructure, even if it is toilet, what you will do is you will check the number of learners that you have and the number of toilets that you have. Then you divide one toilet for how many, and then the number that you need, you will automatically know. Everything needs a correct data for everything, for planning, for decision making, for funding. Once you have correct data, once you have accurate data, that is the time you will plan well. That is the time you will do a lot. That is the time you will have the funds that you are needed. But once your data is incorrect, you cannot make any decision. You cannot plan for that institution. You cannot, your enrollment already is inaccurate. Therefore, what plan will you have? How will you validate a data which is inaccurate? Therefore, this data validation will ensure data accuracy by identifying and correcting errors by using a standard procedure. And as I said, it is official platform for collecting, verifying, and approving school data. You verify correct data, isn't it? You verify a correct data. Can you verify a data which is not correct? An example, let us say, the school is in your sub-county, the institution is in your sub-county, and you know that institution, they have only 25 learners. And the data that head teacher or principal is bringing for you, it is like 100. Will you verify such data? You will not verify because already you are aware the number of learners which is in that institution. The same. You cannot plan for them or you cannot make any decision for that enrollment because the data is inaccurate. Therefore, in this process now, it will ensure data accuracy. It will make the report and also decision making to be very reliable. The report will be reliable. The decision that you will make for that particular institution, it will be reliable. Why? Because you have validated the data which is in that particular institution. Also, we talked about what you need to check. What you need to check when you are doing the validation of the data. What do you need to check? An example, the school profile, the name of the school, the registration certificate. You check the name of the school. Is that school exists in your place? The registration, is that particular school registered? And the status, how is the status? You remember yesterday, one of our colleagues was saying, if a school is closed because of security, and 1 year that school was closed for 1 year because of security, and you are not aware of the status, and then you start, you will start just seeing the data which has been there the prior year, and you think that school status is the status is good, or the status of the school it's active. No, you need to know the status of the school. If that school, the learners have left and it is closed, make sure that there's a procedure to be followed. The normal procedure of when school is closed, you need to write to the Ministry of Education that school is closed. You need to make sure that the status of that school is, if it is active, the institution is active and the learners are there. If there are no learners there and it is inactive, the earlier the better you need to report. Because in this situation, if there are no enrollment there and the status of the school is inactive, and there the ministry is not aware and they are still funding the school, then you are answerable. because as a sub-county director, as county director, all of you, you need to know the status of your institutions. You need to know the status of your institutions. Again, the other thing, the location. As a sub-county director, you are in the ground. You have to know the location of all your schools. That is why when we were doing the registration, institution registration, we have really made it strictly. The principal have to register the institution when he or she is in that compound. You have to be in the institution when you are registering the school in order to get the GPS or the coordinate of the school. That is the location. An example, you are in that sub-county, and then I will come from Jogo and tell you, come and show me that school. In fact, and you don't know that particular school. You don't know that particular school. What will you do? You know, if you have the longitude, attitude of the same school, you will not get even stressed because you will just know that particular, even if it is using through your phone. Therefore, the best thing for you to do, inform the head teachers when they are registering their institution. Let them make sure that they register when they are in the compound. When the head teacher is in the compound, that is the only time that the GPS or the coordinate will capture where the school is. Even if you have not gone to that school, still, when the GPS is active, you will know. You just Google that and you will know where the school is. Imagine there is a time, a sub-county was asked to go to that. There are some people from our ministry who went to that sub-county. They wanted to see a particular school. And in fact, that school was not, the location. They could not get the location. What was the cause? What was the cause? The cause was they never knew the coordinate, the GPS of that particular school, the location of the school. Therefore, it is very important. It is very important for a school to have the GPS, the latitude, longitude, so that at least the location is known. The location of that school is known. And as I said, and he also advised the principals and the head teachers, please tell them, because it can happen, head teacher is in Kisumu, and we said, register your schools. And then immediately, while he's in Kisumu, he will start registering the school while he's in Kisumu. And the school is in Naivasha. After coming back from holiday, when he comes, for the people who will look at that GPS or the coordinate, will see the school is in Kisumu. That school will be counted to be in Kisumu. And the school is in Naivasha. That is why we are saying, at least when they are registering their institution, make sure that they should be in the compound, in the school compound. And the other thing also, the details of the learners. The details of the learners. An example, the UPI, the admission number, or in case of even transfer. When you are transferring a learner from school A to school B, if they are in the system and this principal or head teacher is asked, that learner of that particular have gone to where, automatically the principal will know from the system that learner have moved from my school to that school. You know, it is automatically the learner will not be in school A and the learner will be in school B because the learner have moved from school A to school B. All that needs to be validated. The other thing is also the staff information, that all that, it is in the system. Also in the infrastructure, that is under the decision making. You want to do infrastructure in that school. And if you have not captured the details, if you have not validated all that, it will not lead you to have a decision to make for that particular school to get infrastructure. We have to know it. We have to know the status of the school, how the school is, how all the facilities which are there, the enrollment, the class data also, all those are important. Therefore, please, your validation, you have to be at the standard. That is why I'm telling you, we have to make the data validation ensures data accuracy for identifying all whatever which is happening, even correcting the errors. all that are being used in the standard procedures. Therefore, please be very, very keen of the data that you have in your system. Again, we said sometimes there are some types of errors that we get likely to detect while conducting validation in the system. And mainly, detection can improve the quality of the decision you made. There are some errors that you see. An example, recently we were doing verifications. There are some errors that we have seen, and we have in fact told those principals to resubmit again. Why are we saying like that? Because the errors which were there needed correction. You need to correct. Therefore, when you are doing the validation in the system, make sure that you detect and improve what you are doing. Make sure that you correct. Make sure that you see the errors which are there. Now, as the sub-county directors, let me just come back to you. Let us now generally discuss, all of us. Let us discuss the type of errors that we likely detect while conducting validation. What errors are there? When we are, an example, when you are capturing the learners, when you are registering the institution, when you are told send the enrollment or your data, there are some errors which are there. Which particular errors do we see in our systems? Which errors are there in our systems always? Was I talking alone?
We are together.
Am I clear?
Yes, one of the errors probably that we can be able to detect is the right name of the school. You might have the teacher having written wrongly, misspelled. Such kind of errors can be able to be detected.
Okay. Wrong errors, yes. The first one is beta.
The name of the school might be misspelled.
Okay, the name of the school might be misspelled. An example, your school is Makweni Primary, and then you started saying, out of some political or anything, you start writing ACK Makweni Primary. And the registration certificate, the school is written Makweni Primary. Because you want to change, you have written ACK Makweni Primary. In the system, we have Makweni Primary. The data which is in Jogo, it is called Makweni Primary. Just because we told you to put your institution in the system, you started adding ACK Makweni Primary, which is very wrong. Therefore, you make sure that you correct all those. Don't allow them to write what they want. You check with the certificate that already you have as a sub-county director or county director. Was the name like this? Already you know all your schools. Makweni Primary was Makweni Primary. And when you see this SEK, obvious there are changes in that. You have detected error in that place. Therefore, you need to correct that error. You need to call that principal and tell them to correct that error. Because you will not allow. That system is not there with the former enrollment. The name of the institution. Okay, secondly, the name which is in the registration certificate is not that. Therefore, also that one, you need to check and correct it. The next one.
The
Madeira.
wrong UIC code. Wrong UIC code.
Okay, wrong UIC code. An example, right now when we were doing the verifications, we were comparing the learners, the NACOD, and the UIC. Wrongly sometimes you want to write a CF3D, and then the D you have did it like a B or another letter. Automatically when you put that in the system, it will not show that particular school. It will just say error. Therefore, also that one, you need to confirm what is the UIC for that particular school. Is there any changes? Because already the system will not capture, it will just show that this is a wrong UIC code. Therefore, do not change. And in case you have a problem and you still believe that that is the code, you need to consult and confirm. The next, thank you, Madeira. The next. The errors are many. The errors are many. You recently we were doing verification. You remember we were returning some schools to resubmit, and
Yes.
some schools were funded. They were underfunded. Some were overfunded. The ones which were underfunded, there is a reason to why they were underfunded. Why? Because of duplications. Some of them, you know, when you are not used to these laptops and computers, sometimes when you double click, an example, let us say you have said a name of Alana, Kamau Paul. Kamau Paul is one with index number, everything is right. And then you have written all the other names. When you are in that Kamau Paul with that index number or assessment number, once you double click that in the corner, all the learners will have the same assessment number. And in the when we were verifying, we were seeing a lot of duplication. Why? The mistake is only that double click. But for the school, they will get for maybe that particular one learner. All the others will be duplicate. That is why we had some schools of 700 learners, and that school, after verification, they had one learner. A school of 700 learner, after verification, that school has one learner. You know that is a question mark. You will wonder what happened to that school. You know 100% the school have over 700 learners. Everybody knows. The sub-county knows. County director knows. Maybe up to Jogo people, some know. The school have come out after verification with one learner. Why? What happened? You know they have not detected the error which was there. The principal or whoever who was doing for them have double clicked, and all the assessment number of that school has become the assessment number for that particular one learner. Am I communicating? Ama watu wametoka darasa?
We are together.
You are communicating. You are communicating.
Hata
We are together.
wameongezeka sana.
Wameongezeka. Thank you very much. Still communicate. I want them to be more. Therefore, up to there, I think I have communicated well, eh? Okay, the errors are many. It is not only one. Some of them, it is about submission. Some of them, it is about the NEC code is different from the assessment numbers which are in that school. Imagine the learner is right, the assessment number is there, but the NEC code which is there is not the NEC code for this particular learners or this particular assessment number. Are you getting what I am saying? The names are there, it's from that school. The assessment number are for those learners. But the NEC code which is there does not belong to these learners with the assessment number. It belongs to other learners. When you try to check, you will see that the NEC code is for other sub-county. And what is caused? In fact, such errors has been too many these times when we were doing the verifications. Therefore, when the principal or the head teacher is capturing the learners, make sure that you capture the learner with the assessment number. Finish the name of the learner, write the assessment number, write the NEC code, and whatever details you need to fill there. Do not do a mistake of double clicking. That will cause duplications. Or some principals or head teachers, what they do, in fact, they want to get more, funding. They will write some duplicates there, 3 names of the same, some 5 names, something like that, which is not fair. At least it is good for you to write the real number which is there. If it is 400, just capture those 400 learners with the assessment number and the right NEC code. The other thing is omissions. Sometimes, an example, for this one now, I have seen it with bank accounts, the account numbers. Sometimes they omit one number. And the moment you omit one number or the first 0 is omitted, what happens? It will not show. That will say reject. That account number is reject. and the funding will not go to that account number. Why? Because of one letter is missing, or there is confusion of small thing. Therefore, also that one you need to correct incorrect codes and identifiers. That is what I was talking about. The name is there, assessment number is there, the code neck is not aligning with the learners who are there. These learners are for another neck code. This assessment number is for not this particular learners. And as an example, let us say we have a Kamau. Kamau assessment number is 2345. But what you have written here is 5432. You have to check exactly what the assessment number of Kamau is. You write the assessment number of that particular learner. And the other thing I have seen, I know sometimes it is human error, when they write you are writing it quickly and you want to finish quickly, you will just write the assessment number of the first learner to the second learner. And then you continue. That small confusion also will bring problem. Therefore, you have to correct all that. The reason why you are validating is you are correcting the errors which are there. Invalid values, that is what I was saying, -1 number, -1 digit, all that. Inconsistent data. Once you have your data, once you capture your data correctly, once the capture that you have is correct, once the data has all the details which is needed is correct, then that data will be accurate. But once the data you have already, there are some missing details, then the data that you have incorrect, you have to correct it. You have to be very serious in correcting all the data. Therefore, that is the errors that we detect during the data validation. And all that error, you need to correct them. Do not capture the anything in the system, maybe the learners, the assessment numbers, the NEC code, and the name of the learners, and the name of the institutions. Please do not write anything which is incorrect there. If it is institution, write the correct name for that institution which is in the certificate, registration certificate. The school has registration certificate. Copy and look at it and correct, write the way it is. All the details which are there, write the way they are. Come to the learners, check. You can check 3 learners with the assessment number and check the NEC code. Most of the learners, most of the institutions which were underfunded, it is just because of, they have not corrected their errors. They have not checked and corrected the errors that they have. Therefore, please, when you have detected all those errors during the data validation, please correct them. Am I clear up to there, please? Ali Akare. Ali Akare. Ali Akare. Why do we correct? Why do we correct? Why do we clean our data? Why do we need accurate data? What is the reason? What is the reason to why you clean your data? What is the reason? Why do you want the data to be very clean? Why? Why? Peter. Peter.
Hello, madam. Hello.
Yeah, why do we want our data? Why do you want our data to be very clean? Why do we want, to correct? Why do we want to validate our data? Why do you want to remove all the errors? Why are we disturbing? See, we leave it and we continue.
One of the reasons is for us to be able to use resources correctly and wisely without wastage.
Good. Ali Akare.
Yes, madam.
Yes, why do you need to go back to that data and validate it? Why?
We need to validate it so that we get the accurate data that can be used for future planning purposes.
Thank you. Yes. Ruth Mita.
Madam, I think data is dynamic. One reason is data is dynamic, and in a learning setting, learners continue moving from one institution to another, one county to another, and there is always need to update this data to make it be kept up to the standard.
Okay. Okay, how will you evaluate your records and reports? Why do we evaluate our records and reports? Why? Why do we evaluate our reports and our records? What is the use of evaluation? Even right now, immediately you finish here, you will evaluate us, isn't it? Why do we evaluate our records and our reports? Because all the records and reports, you have it from your institutions.
One reason is that it will help us in trying to meet, see whether we are performing to the expectation. Everything is about performance.
Okay.
Yeah. There are
Thank
targets.
you.
We need to meet our targets.
Okay, you need to meet your target. Perfection of your work. What else? Transparency and accountability. When you have accurate data, when the data is accurate with you, at least the accountability and transparency is very perfect. What else? I want your contribution. The second one I said is transparency and accountability of institutional data within KEMIS. And when you check in your report and or your records, you will know which areas you need to improve. When you do the validation, you will know which area you need to improve. An example, let us say there are two schools. Whenever you ask them the data, they are sending for you the wrong data. Therefore, you need to correct the school ones, validate them, correct for them the mistakes which are there, so that they improve the areas that has problem. Some of the principals, in fact, they are the cause of everything, because the way they are capturing the learners, the way what they were doing was through cyber, and that cyber was doing a lot of wrong thing, because they don't want to know which school will be perfect or which school will have accurate data. In fact, they don't want to know about that. Their work is only to get that money and fill for them the learners. Even if they double click, they will not tell the principal. Principal will just go with that document and send to the sub-county director. And the sub-county, some of them even don't look at the data properly. They will just send to, that is the time we return back the data to you, saying that this data is not accurate. Tomorrow, in case anything happens, like right now, when we have done the verifications, there are a lot of schools which were, some years back, we were overfunding them. The number we had was in fact more than what they have now. You know, such issues now will bring problem. But with this system, once you capture and you capture everything correctly, once you capture all your data the way it is needed, it will not change and it will be the same. If a learner is added, it will automatically add the learner, and that will show that one learner has added in this institution, and we need to fund that particular one learner. Therefore, and the other school also, school A, it is minus one learner. They will get minus that one learner. You know that this is automatically what you will be seeing. It is something that will lead you to a better where you can get real transparency and accountability. You are seeing everything. Everything is transparency. There's nothing hidden in this system. This system, if they capture 50 learners, that 50 learners will be there. If they get one transfer, you know, something like that. That is why I'm telling you, this system, whatever you have it, whatever report records, everything you have, it will be there, and you will know. Even you can ask if the principals, the enrollment, if the enrollment increase, the principal automatically will tell you that there are 5 learners from different school which join my institution. You will know everything. The contribution of the record in this system is preserve accuracy and reliability of data over time, create traceability and audit trail, ensure consistency. When I'm saying ensure consistency is the movement of the learners are there. When they go for transfer, you will know that a learner have gone for transfer. Okay, movement from one particular area to another. An example, in basic education, when this learner finish this basic education issue, they will move to either TVET or universities. The system will be consistent. Also, it will support verification and validation. You verify, you validate. That is what I have started with. You remember when I told you it is an official platform for collecting, verifying, approving school data. You remember I started with that. When the validation happens, this is a platform for collecting, verifying, and approving school data. It is something which will be in your hand, even though the head teachers are responsible for the accuracy. You will not go to school and write the learners one by one. It is the head teacher or the principal who is responsible for the accuracy. The level of the validation is in the system. Okay, the other thing also, reports makes the data visible and understandable. How visible? You have the data there, the assessment numbers are there, the net code is there, UIC is there. What is missing? If the school have 50, the 50 are there. They will move from this school. If they are going to grade 10, automatically you know this time grade 9 100, and that 100 is moving to grade 10. And all that is in the system because this principal have all that learners. If it is for grade 9, they are 100, and the 100 have done the exams. Final, they are moving to grade 10. This principal will know that this year, the learners that he had in grade 9 were 100, and it is minus 100. But you will not know the number which is coming to grade 7. The moment the principal captures those learners in grade 7 again, the number will be it will either increase or decrease because you don't know what number will come to your school. Am I clear up to there? Can you mention the 5 contribution of record in the system? The records which are in the system. The records which are in the system. That is what I was just talking about. Philip? The contribution of records in the system. Sata Abdulqadir. Sata. I told you it is preserve accuracy and reliability of data over time. In fact, it is just there and already you're all silent. Create traceability. You will trace. You will trace for the learner. If you want to get that learner, you will trace and you will get. And there is no learner who will go to transfer to another school without communicating. That learner will go with Maisha number to the other school. The other school will receive a new Maisha number for that learner, and for this school A, that Maisha number will be removed, plus the name of the learner. Yes?
I've got a concern.
Yes.
On traceability.
Huh?
On traceability.
Okay, traceability.
I've got a concern there. There's a scenario.
Okay, what is your concern?
There's a scenario.
Yes.
Where a parent transfer a child from school A.
Okay.
And in the name of transferring a child from school A to B. Okay. and fails to take the child to school B.
Mm-hmm.
How can we trace in such a case? Because they have pretended to be taking the child to another school, and yet instead of taking this child to school B, they have taken them, or they have the child has dropped out of school. They might be married off. So how can we trace properly?
because these human beings are very funny.
Yeah, okay.
Issues.
When that transfer, obvious.
Especially girl child. They say they're taking to another school. Kumbe badala kupeleka to the other school, they marry them off.
Yeah, early marriage.
Yeah, so how can we trace? How can we talk to the other person in school B to see whether the child has reported there or not?
Okay, one thing first. When this child is leaving the school for transfer, obvious the parent will tell you that they are taking the child to school B, isn't it?
Yes.
And obvious the detail of the parents in that particular school.
Mm-hmm.
Like the contact of the parent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is, I'm talking about the parent with the contact. Now, the principal, you know, obvious, the rumors will be there. Galgalo.
Mm-hmm.
I know you are talking about our people, how they are.
Yes,
I know, I
that's the
understand
way
that.
they are behaving.
Yeah,
yes, that's
I
how
know.
they are behaving.
Yes,
So
I
how
know
can we
that.
handle such issues? Yeah. Quite a number of them have dropped out in that case.
The best thing now is if you know that the detail of the parent, if the parent detail is there, you can try to call the parent and confirm. And if you know that you have the rumors which was there, I think the best person you can contact, already you are the sub-county of the area and you have connection with the chief of the place, isn't it?
But how can we identify them in the system? How do you get to know whether they have reported to that school or not?
For this system, it will help because this person will go to with the Maisha number, is it, for this system now?
Mm-hmm.
And this issue also, in fact, that is the next session that we are doing about the transfer.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. When we are doing the transfer section, we shall discuss that at length because we also need to guide you about that.
Yes.
I know this system will help a lot for such issues. Therefore, Galgalo, just after a few minutes, we are going to the part of transfer. To Silete Apambele, let us discuss that when we are doing that section of transfer, and practically you will be shown how you'll be doing the transfer and what will happen, like the case you are saying. I know it is very many in our community.
Yes, so.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Next. Any other question, please? Am I clear up to there? Are we together? An example, let us see this activity. This is a case study. A county reported enrollment data for a junior school, but it was later found to be inflated. Discuss the implications. Okay, this is with you now. I want you to discuss and talk more about this. The discussion is with you. An example, we said a county reported enrollment data for junior school. An example, let us say school A. The number of learners have increased or have decreased, both. What are the implications for such schools? Bring your opinions, please. I want to hear your opinions.
One implication, we are
Yes.
going to have a financial implication to the school. Either the money might increase or might drop.
Okay.
Most of the time, if it is inflated, it will go up. And in case it is the data sent is not the right data, the school will definitely get financial implications.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Another one? Discuss at length. The implications are many. One, you have said Overfunding. You have discussed about overfunding. The other one? The implications. So you remember when audit comes to you, you get worried. Audit query also will bring problem, isn't it? The implication, one is overfunding. We discussed about that. We talked about overfunding. Sata Abdikadir.
Yes, ma'am.
Overfunding, we said the audit queries, yes.
Audit queries.
Over deployment of teachers. An example, school have, let us say, 100 learners. Or school has 50 learners. And then the number of teachers who are there are 20 or 30 learners. And you will see a school with thousands, 2,000 learners, and the teachers who are there, they are like 10 learners. Are you seeing that issue?
Yes.
Yes.
Number of the teachers in the schools.
Likewise, also the other resources like textbooks will
Yes,
also
good.
be.
Yeah, the issue of textbooks. What of construction of classrooms? You remember when we were constructing grade 9 classrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one also is an implication. Oversupply of resources like textbooks. You will see a school has 20 learners, and the number of textbooks which comes there is for a school of like 100 learners. Therefore, that one will also cause problem, because if the number of the learners in an institution are like 100 learners, and the ratio of the textbooks is 1 to 1, and then that school receives over thousands of books, such issues will bring implications. Yeah. Learning resource. Therefore, now we said the implications which are there is funding, overfunding. Overfunding is 1. 2, teachers also, audit query.
Yes.
What else? We already talked about funding, overfunding. Because when the number is like 50 and this school is being funded with 200 learners, that will also bring implications. We talked about infrastructure, which will happen the same. Are we there? Have we named the implications? The first one, what have we said?
Overfunding.
Overfunding, good. Sata Abdikadir, thank you.
Yes.
The second one? The implications.
Over deployment. We said over deployment.
Over deployment, good. Of teachers. Yes. The other implication? Learning resources.
I can add one also.
Yes.
It can lead to disciplinary measures to the one officer concerned.
Good. Disciplinary measures. Thank you. Thank you, Madera. Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the implications which will bring when a school is inflated. Therefore, we need to seriously see all that. Okay, these are the implications. The construction and utilized classrooms. The number of classrooms are there. The learners are few. The learners are 100. The number of classrooms which are there are 20. And these 100 learners will feel like, let us say, even if we say 40 per class or 35, they will use only 3 classrooms. And here we have 20 classrooms. That will cause implication to the over deployment of teachers. You have 20 learners, you have 8 teachers. And then you have also overfunding. You have 20 learners, you are funded with 300 learners. That is what is going on. That is what we have seen when we were doing the verification. Audit queries also. The audit, when they go there, they see few learners, but the number of learners that was funded in that particular school is something like 200, 300 learners, and they have only like 50 learners. Therefore, please, from here now, let me invite. Okay, before I invite, can we have any question, any other input, recommendation?
Yes, madam.
Any input? Yes, 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 yes. Eric Bundi.
Yes, you have presented very well. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have a recommendation. If we
Okay.
want to get the cleanest data, I think
Data.
yes, we should think about capturing the fingerprints, especially for the junior and the senior schools. That will eliminate some of those issues that we are talking about. Just to give you an example, we had a lot of cheating during sports some years back.
Okay.
And I could use that. I mean, the registration of NHIF. You remember our students were in NHIF, the high school students.
Yes.
So I would take the person who is suspected to the nearest hospital and we would take the fingerprints. And mark you, when they realize that, they stopped doing it because it is very easy for people to forge birth certificates. They can put somebody's photo.
Idea, Eric. Great idea.
Yes. This photo, someone can use somebody's photo, but you cannot use somebody's finger. And once it is captured, the system will detect. Even if you try to put the same finger in another sub-county or in another county, the system will just detect.
Okay.
Probably also we can add in the system. I know this one might take some time because it has a money implication.
Okay.
Especially buying, but the scanners are not very expensive. The fingerprint scanners are cheap nowadays.
Okay.
So you only need one per school. They are very cheap. They are not that expensive. We can also add the feature for facial recognition, whereby when you are taking the photo with the camera, it can recognize the face, such that if the same face is uploaded elsewhere, then the system can also be able to do that. Especially with the use of AI now, it is also practical. So, but my emphasis is on the fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
Especially for the junior school and the senior school.
Okay.
That will be the game changer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We shall put that one in the table of, we shall discuss that at a later. Okay. Therefore, from there now, let me just give a few minutes to director so that at least he discuss 1 and 2. Also add his what he has in mind. Director Karib.
So thank you very much, Madam Othan. Let us appreciate Madam Othan taking us through the bit of data validation. Very important. Kindly let us appreciate her. She has gotten it out very well. You can click the part of React and give us some clap. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you. Appreciate her so that next time when you'll be facilitating, you'll also be appreciated. It's good. So thank you, Madam Othan. We thank you also, Peter. A few things that I would like to lay some emphasis on. One is on the slide which is on the screen, implications of inflated data, inflated school data. Thank you. I started by saying, and I want to emphasize that the implications of these issues of data, they are going to another level, ladies and gentlemen. And I think besides that, I want to add one which is very tough, implication of inflated data. I think, somebody has mentioned about issues of discipline, but one implication is to show cause why. As a sub-county director, you signed that that school has got 600 students when it has got 300. So the assumption here, ladies and gentlemen, with all that what I can mention, the implication or it is implied, and it may not be the case, but it is implied that you, as the sub-county director, you are part of that collision with the head of institution. That's the reason why the show cause why is coming out for those that may have done what, may have not validated the data as it's supposed to be. So very important for us. And before you forward, you sign, you countersign those documents from schools, please do your due diligence. I want to repeat again, please do your due diligence so that you don't get implicated, whereas even you are not even connected in any way. You perform the duty of sub-county director, kumbe the end of institution and was malicious. Na akaweka inflate data, sub-county director ukaendorse, so that part of endorsing puts you to be part of that. Remember, in the report which was released yesterday, we have got 28 sub-county directors. From the figures that are in the media, I don't know the details, who are supposed to explain how that one came up or something. I don't want us to go to that direction. But I'm saying this because this issue is still with us. It is very real with us, and it is happening with us now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, before you endorse any matters of enrollments and all the data that is coming from the schools, please do your due diligence. You may not have an opportunity to explain once the repercussions get back to you. So very important session, very critical for us, and please let us think again the way we have this done. The second thing that I also wanted to mention is what has come from Wanabundi. Wanabundi, you mentioned about fingerprints, about the scan of the face and all that. This is something that initially, I think before the inception of NEMIS, it had come up. How do we identify the learner? And the one, it is a criminal. And I'll give you a few of the law that in Kenya that says you cannot take a fingerprint, you cannot scan the face, you cannot scan the eye iris. The eye iris is just like the fingerprints, Mr. Bundi and the colleagues who are here. The eye iris has got its own prints, which are different for individuals, just like the fingerprints. If your eye iris is scanned, it is just similar to, it is distinct, just like the fingerprint. So the Kenyan law criminalizes taking of fingerprints, taking of the scan of the face, of the eye iris, of any biometric data from a Kenyan who is under 18 years. Registration of Persons Act, Cap 107, check on that, colleagues. Check on the National Police Service Act 2011. Check on Data Protection Act 2019. The Kenyan law provides using any biological way of identifying 18. So, Mr. Bundi, unless and until, and I'm talking to Bundi because the rest is all of us, unless and until that the laws are revised, our hands are tied in education. And we need to manage with measures which we are putting in place. We know sometimes you find the birth certificate maybe, and the birth certificate may be forged. Even we had cases where we had also other documents that are not authentic. But we try to manage within what the legal provisions in this country provides for. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you may have some of these persons coming and saying that we have got a software that can scan the eye of the pupils and all that and all that. The second part of that is that
excuse me, Martin,
it is
please.
said, just Bodi, let me finish up and then I'll give you a chance kindly. It is said also the fingerprints for the children, they are still not fully formed. So with time they formed, I think 16, 17, they are now fully formed. So again, that's another thing that comes in. But I think what we are very clear is the law prohibits that kind of thing. Pundi, you want something to say?
Yes. Does it mean that our children who are captured in SHA and they use fingerprints right now is illegal?
In me, I'm talking about the law. The law.
Our own children, because they are captured in the SHA portal and they use their fingerprints when they go to the hospital.
What I'm saying, Pundi, is that we have a law. I am not going to address the issue of SHA because I'm in education. What I'm saying is what are of ministry from doing that, even from 2016-17, when NEMIS was being contextualized. We have had people who are coming in with software of ELIS, actually, here Macho, and I sat in that team. They did a presentation, but it was pushed out by the Director Legal Services at the Ministry. And these are the laws that were quoted that time. So whether SHA uses it or not is neither here nor there for our case. Bundi?
Okay, I got the point.
Martin, I think what is important, actually is integrity. However much we say we use what and what, the bottom line is the integrity of the teacher who is handling the learners at the school, together with the sub-county directors at the sub-county level and the county director, and that way until the end. So it's all about integrity by everybody who is handling the learners. So I think that's what the bottom line.
Thank you.
We say
Thank
what
you.
and
Thank
what
you,
and what.
Peter.
And even if we bring whatever the law, if there is no integrity, I don't think we will even achieve. So one thing that we need to emphasize on is about the integrity of the teachers who are handling these learners right from the school levels. And the strict measures, the disciplinary actions, as it has been said, has to be in place. That is the only way. That's the bottom line. Hakuna kitu ingine hata tukiongea the whole day, tukiongea tulete hii. We are the people who are going to ensure integrity is there. That is basically what is there.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter, for that. And, I think you have put it very well. And when we meet these principles, end of institutions, I think what we need to impress on them is the integrity of the data. And from what I also gotten is that there are some of the head teachers who the names have been forwarded to TSC for disciplinary. Once it is enforced, it will discourage some of the head teachers who have got this monkey of inflating the data. But I agree with you, Peter, and all of us. Integrity of the data from our schools. So that is what I wanted to mention as we move on now to the second part of our day today. So, Madam Odan, you can move on.
Thank you very much. Okay, my good learners, up to there now. I think that was a perfect explanation from the director, and I am happy the way Peter have explained. It is the thing which is there, and we all understand. Therefore, please, apart from that, the topic the session that we had, is there any question? Is there any place that you have not understood? Was I clear? And if it is like that, we move to the next session so that at least we see what we can do next, because you are going for the part of transferring. Now I want just to hear from you. Is there any question?
Your presentation was good.
Thank you, Peter.
I'm sure we have understood it.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Not only Peter, the room is full of learners. You are almost 23. Please, just, if Peter have understood the way I was, presenting. Maybe there's some who have not understood. Wherever you have not understood, you can ask now so that at least I can explain. And if everything is well now, if you are saying that the presentation was good and we have understood, we can move to the next session. Is there any question? You know, in this world, the only thing in this system is just it's a way. It is just guiding you on how you will be, how the institution will be, how the number of learners the principal have captured in the institution. And for you as sub-county director and county director, in fact, you will have a lot of advantage in this system. Why? Because the learners, the enrollment that you'll get, it will be accurate automatically, because this principal or the head teacher, they cannot just get assessment number of a learner and capture it. Therefore, please appreciate this system, and it will help you, it will boost you, it will guide you, it will in fact teach you a lot of things that you are not even doing before, like report module. You have seen what you have learned, that is what the thing that you used to not to do. But now it is practically, and it is something which will be in the system for you. Therefore, please, for that now, is there any question? And not only Peter to talk because you are full. Abare, Sigirso.
Yes.
Abare, Sigirso.
Madam.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah,
Philip,
Madam.
Philip.
We have understood.
Okay.
We have understood well. You taught well.
Thank you.
Presentation was superb.
Thank you. Thank you. Ruth, my sister Ruth,
Madam.
where are you? Okay, Philip.
Okay, Madam Hogan.
Madeira, yes.
Yeah, you are clear. You are audible.
Thank you.
Mine is just a small concern.
Okay.
I don't know that will take you back, but you will bear with me. The issue of special needs, I know there are so many types of special need cases during the data verification, or when we are filling the data, when the head teachers are filling the data at the school level.
Yes.
You know, there is this icon where we have the special need learners. Do they need some of this documentation which makes them to verify where they are supposed to have the IDs that shows that they are a specific special need, maybe hearing
Okay.
impairment?
Yes, Mandara, thank you. When you click, you know, so far we have not done practical with SNE, but in the SNE part, when you say the child is SNE, and then in that particular place, there is a place where it will show you which type of SNE, and then from there, you click the type of SNE, and for this child, you know, all the children, there's a place where you'll be told to upload.
Yes.
And in that part, if that part of SNE is there, you will upload the card there. Because for which I know now, you will just get all the types of SNEs. When you click somewhere, they will indicate all types of SNE, and then you click the one that you have. If the children in that school, they have a unit for blind, then you click that VI.
I'm saying this because
in
most of our nomadic children who are living in the rural areas,
yes,
they lack the particular document that shows that they are under the group of a particular special type of need.
Yes.
So most likely, sometimes we have inconsistent data when it comes to SNE. Sometimes in a particular sub-county or a particular school, we cannot know the exact number of the special need and the varieties.
Okay.
So if you look at the urban schools, most of these learners have access to this the National Council of what, the body that deals with the special need cases.
Okay.
And in the rural areas, you can see a child maybe has some issues of hearing impairment, has a problem with physical, or some has even hearing, some have mental issues, but you cannot ascertain because you don't have an evidence, and the resources are far away from where we are. So in such a scenario, how can you justify that this child is having such and such a problem? Thank you.
A minute, you will clarify that for the director.
Okay.
So Yeah, so Mandela, I think what I would like maybe to throw back to not only to you, Mandela, but to all of us who are here, especially the sub-county directors. We have the EACs, and I know some of the EACs are functioning, others may not be functioning. It is true, the National Council for People Living with Disability is called something PWD, NCW, PWD or something, may be far away. But within the structures of the ministry, we have the EACs, those officers who manage these resource centers, as they were called that time. I think the first line where these children can be even identified for special needs is using the EACs, the EAC offices within this. If they are working within the sub-counties, they can come in handy to support. Because what you need as the county or sub-county director is what is the documentation that shows that this child has got special needs. And for us in education, the first line, even before they go to the National Council for People Living with a Disability, is an assessment by the EACs. Maybe in the sub-counties present or not present, but that is the first point for us who are in education. I don't know, and I'm saying that, but I'm giving it also to you maybe to do your groundwork. I don't know in the sub-county, either level 4 hospitals, level 4, yeah, the sub-county hospitals, or whether we have got a specialist who can do this assessment from now, the medical point of view. For us, we do EACs and education. I don't know whether there's somebody who can do that from the medical point of view. An authority, and most preferably a government authority, before this child is now getting proper access and placed. I'm just drawing this. I may not have an answer, but I'm just drawing it to ourselves so that we can look widely. Who is this person who can be able to either just do some preliminary assessment of the learner, of the child, and say, yeah, this child has got this challenge, so that as the principals capture a special need, then either there's a document they can attach to support that child. If they don't have the National Council card, because I think they give a card or something for purposes of that. That's what I thought of throwing to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe Martin, we also have the special needs curriculum support officers.
Yes, Peter. I'm wondering, I'm also thinking around Peter, I'm wondering whether the county government has got officers who are involved with issues of special needs. I don't know, I may not be aware of that structure, but I'm doing it to yourself because it doesn't matter as much as the primary education is a national function. If the county government has got a dedicated officer in charge of issues of special needs among the children, and they have been trained on how to do the assessment, these are government officers as much as they're in the county government, because what you need is some documentation from an authorized person, not the principal or the grade 1, grade 2 class teacher say, Martin is a special need. That is not a profession. We need somebody who is authorized to do the assessment and say, huyu mtoto ako na shinda fulani, huyu mwingine ako na shinda fulani. So, directors, I'm throwing it to you. We may not be able to have a clear way about it, but we are throwing it to you so that you see within where you are, who is that authority whom you can refer the teachers to do that basic assessment. Thank you, Mandela. Thank you, Peter. Can we move on?
Yes. Can I just give an input a little bit?
Yes, Bundi.
Yes, you are very right, Director. We can do that, what you are saying. The issue is that nowadays, the registration of people with disability has been devolved to the county level. So every county has got a committee which does that. I think the challenge that Mandela was posing is the distances Because, for instance, if you have a VI, the visual impairment disability, in Mandera's place, Mandera is 260 kilometers from Isiolo. So for you to get that expert, that specialist in visual impairment, that is the eye doctor now, if I can use that word, it becomes a little bit difficult for that child. So it is at the county level, but our county is very vast in terms of square kilometers. So that child traveling from Mandera's place to Isiolo town or the nearest health center, 260 kilometers, it's a bit expensive, and some of these parents might not have the ability to do that. Not that they don't want, but they might not have the resources. So what we can do as a county here, maybe we can bring to the attention of such people who are living with the disability, the children, and then we try and see whether we can lobby for these experts. Maybe one day they can move to that area, capture all the learners who are there, who are living with the disability, and then they come back and process their documents. That one maybe might help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Eric, for that. And you see now, thank you, Eric, and you're proposing. Sorry. Yes, Peter.
Martin, network iliniletea challenge before I come. I don't know that you got what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get what I was saying?
About what? I think we have a discussion
about
after we left. What was the issue?
The services provided by the special needs curriculum support officers.
Or the CSO SNE.
Yes.
Yes,
Now,
Peter. Sorry. Yes.
Yes. What I was saying is that in the areas where we don't have maybe specialists, and of course these learners needs to be captured, KEMIS, and we might not get those experts all by the time the process is going on. Is it possible that you can have maybe a report of each learner which can be uploaded, and then later other things can be done? That is what I was asking.
Yes, because Peter, you know, a CSO SNE, they are an authority because they have been trained on SNE. They are an authority. But what we won't like to discourage is a principal. I had a teacher sitting in his class with a grade 1 teacher, and saying that this learner is special needs. So then them capture this learner has got hearing impairment, or this learner has got low vision. They don't have that technical expertise. So an authorized person who has got a technical expertise can say yes, and then let that CSOSNE, EAC, the PWD, let them do a report pertaining that particular child, so that gives the strength to you. Even when they come to your office, you find they have got 5 SNEs in a particular school, then you're able to look at the attached document. 2, and also a good suggestion from Mr. Bundi. He has proposed also a local solution. Is it possible, where we have got these vast distances, is it possible to reach out as a county directors within the county for the person who has been deployed or posted to Isiolo from SNE, so that you mobilize your school, any learner who has got any school with some special need, then they come to Merti or Garbatula at a certain day, so that when this person is doing the data collection rotationally, they can collect the data rotationally, go back to the office in Isiolo for processing, and then possibly they send it back to you to say that this learner in Garbatula Primary and this other one in this school, those learners are special needs. And you are able now to have some report and which can be attached. So that is a local solution, which I think for you as directors, you can pick it up and see what is what you can do. But most importantly, bolded and underlined is, let a special need child have some formal report. Let us not pick any from the head teachers in the school enrollment. Lazima kuwe na proof, na proof ni vile nimesema ama vile tunasema kwamba there should be evidence from an authorized officer. So ladies and gentlemen, allow us to close on that and move on very quickly to the transfer. I know we are tending towards our health break that we can extend briefly so that I allow gentlemen who are here, our ICT support, Mr. Karimi and Tony Ajonde, to take us through about the transfer. Because a question has come when Hodder was presenting. How do we know that this learner who was in school A has actually moved to school B? So Karimi and Tony, pick it up. The directors are waiting. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thanks so much, Director and Madam Ola. So we are going to see practically how do we transfer these the learners that remember when we created our school, we did learner admission as HY Makueni Girls Senior School. So we are going to see how does this learner, in the event that they want to move from school B, from school A to school B, how do they move from that, or what is the process? And in this case, where we're going to see practically, we have the releasing school and the receiving school. So we have to have two parties. And remember, when we talked about the Maisha ID or the Maisha number, which is very important, this is where it's coming to play, because it's that is what now you're going to see is this learner wants to move from Makueni Girls Senior School. They will need to have a Maisha number, because the principal of where they want to go will ask the learner or the guardian, try to give me the Maisha number of this learner, so that we can look them up and initiate the process of learner transfer. Because the learner transfer has to be initiated by the principal or the head of the institution where the learner want to go. And again, another workflow that we are going to see is how does in the event that now requires arbitration by the CDEs in our councils, whereby this learner wants to move to school B, but again, the principal, the reasons where they are currently are maybe in the case of some of the issues that we discussed, maybe there could be some pending fee balances, could be some disciplinary cases whereby they have attempted to transfer, but then when this request was placed by the principal where this learner wants to go, the principal, because ideally the principal of the learner of the where this is coming from needs to approve that request so that they can get admitted on the other school. They have an option to reject. And if they reject, what happens? It triggers another workflow that now requires your intervention as the CDs within your respective sub-counties. So we are going to see that practically. We transfer, we had one learner in Makueni Girls. So I'll just show you the learner we're going to transfer. Then my colleague Tony will come in to request that learner transfer to his school. So yeah, so let me allow my colleague to come in. Tony, please come in and take us through the process of learner transfer, and then we see if there's a rejection, what happens, what does the CD arbitrate in that case within now the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you to my colleague for the wonderful introduction, Mr. Karimi. So I hope everyone can hear me. I want to share my screen, and then we will be able to get through this presentation. Kidogo tu. Please don't look at my WhatsApp. Sawa sawa. Yeah, so I have two schools which I have created, and I have gone through the workflow of approving the two schools. You can remember yesterday we did some practicals, and we were able to approve schools, go through the workflow from the CD to the sub-county to the CASO, and then from the CASO to the sub-county back to the CD. And when you have done this, the school is supposed to receive 3 emails. They're supposed to receive the confirmation of registration submission, notification of scheduled institution inspection, and finally the third email, which is institution approval. So you can see here they have received an email for institution approval, and now we are going to be able to log in into their account there. So let me just pick their email, and then I come here and I pick the password. I think it is here. The password is here. Put it there, and then I log in. They're going to be asked to change their password. Let me just do something generic. Okay, and just paste this here. Update password. So I've been able to create to log into the first account. Let me just now log in officially. I've changed the password. Let me log into that account with the password we created. Okay. So we have logged in. So this is the first school. And this school, we are calling it the receiving school. I think you can see the name of the school here. It's called the receiving school. So this is the school that is going to receive that student. And now I want to go to the other school that we are going to be using, which I've also created. You can see they have also received 3 emails on this side. So I'll open the institution approval account. I'll pick their email, and then we will log in also into this account of theirs. Let me just pick their generic password. And then it will go through the same process. It will ask me to, again, create a password for this institution. I'll just do the same password because this is a demonstration session. Yes, so the passwords are the same. I update the password, and then I log into the second school, which is going to be called the donating school. So during a transfer process, we have a receiving school and a donating school. And we are going to see how that looks like when we begin the process. So I've logged into the second school. The second school is called the donating school. So I'm going to create one learner in this donating school, just very quickly. It's not a very difficult process. I'm going to go to this option here, admit new learner. And when I get there, I'm going to click on add new. So I'll click on add new. Let me just move this. Let me see. Learner admission, and then add new learner. So we are going to create a learner because we need a learner for the transfer process to work. But this is not very critical for the team that we are training right now, because you'll be able to see your role once we get to the process where a transfer has been rejected and you need to come in, do arbitration, and then resolve that issue. So I'll just put in some generic data here. Let's say he's called John Smith. John Smith Odongo. And then here, country of birth is from Kenya. Pick Kenya. And then this also, let me pick Kenya. Is county of birth. Odongo must be from Siaya. So let me just look for Siaya somewhere here. Huyu ni mtu wa Jakababa. So I've picked Siaya. And then sub county of birth, let's say it's from Rarieda. And then location of birth, let me just say Uyoma. Let me say something like Uyoma. And then biological information, he is a male. Date of birth, let me say he's a Gen Z, this gentleman. So let's pick which year now. I think maybe he's born in 2003, maybe. I'm thinking in November 13th. He's not an orphan. He doesn't have any special needs. Photo I'll upload later. Citizenship, Kenyan. Let's use his birth certificate. Let me just put a generic number. And then mobile number, let me just put a generic one also, because we are just training. And then grade, let me say is in grade 11, and then is a day scholar. Then I go to next. Oh, the number I've used already exists. Here you go up. Let me just change one of the letters in semi Z. Then next. Okay, so after that, I'll add the guardian details. I'll say we have Mary Magdalene. Let's say she's called Alwatch. Mary Magdalene Alwatch. And then relationship status, the mother. Type, national ID. Let me just do something generic for testing purposes. Country of residence, of course, she's from Kenya. Pick Kenya. Yes. And then telephone number, let's put something generic as well. Then email, something generic, mary.magdalene, gmail.com. Then add and save. So we have added that, and then save and review. We can see we have the learner details here. All the information is looking correct. And then let me close this, and then now I can confirm and proceed. So as you can see, we have created one learner, and now we can begin the process of transferring this learner to the other institution. Now, for this part of transfer, it is just for your information, because this is what the head of institutions are going to be doing. I'll show you where your role becomes active. So once this learner is created, the person who wants this learner to go to their school, the receiving school, they must know the Maisha number of this student. Because you can see if you go to registration here, and then you go to learner admission, you will always get the complete list of all your learners. And the very first piece of information alongside the name and the other details of this learner will always be the Maisha number. So I'm going to pick this number because I have an interest in this learner. I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to copy it. So you cannot transfer a learner if you don't know their Maisha number. That is their unique identifying number on the platform. So now I want to move to the receiving school where we are going to initiate the transfer request. So the receiving school is, let me just copy this number somewhere. Let me just copy this here. I'll come back for it. So the receiving school should be, let me see. Dear receiving school, yeah, this should be the email 7DT. Let me log into that school. 7DT, this is the institution. I have their credentials here. So I've logged into the receiving school. Now the head of institution of the receiving school already has the Maisha number of the student that they want to request to be transferred to the institution. So the only thing they have to do now is to initiate the request. For them to initiate the request, they have to go to registration here, and then they have to go to learner admission. And when they come here, you see they don't have a student yet in the institution. So they will not add a new learner, they'll go to transfer. So they'll come here and they'll click transfer. When they do that, they will get this page and they'll see no records to display because currently they don't have any learner transfer requests that are pending approval and they want to create a new one. So they will click add. So they'll click add there, and then this pop-up window will come where they are going to input the Maisha ID here. Remember, this is just for your information. The head of institutions have been trained on this. The principals and the relevant people are supposed to go through this process. This is only for your information. So they are going to search for this learner, and you can see when they search, the system pulls up this learner's details. And then they click on save. So it's very simple. Once they do that, they have initiated a transfer request, and you can see the transfer request is being listed there. Currently, it has been listed twice. Don't worry about that. It's a very small issue that will be taken care of by our developers who are working very hard. They are not sleeping. So just pay attention to the process and ignore the small nitty-gritties which are being ironed out anyway. So when they create the transfer request, they will get this list of the learners who have been requested to be transferred into their institution. And therefore, the receiving school now has to wait for the donating school to perform the relevant processes that they need to perform. So I'm going to log out and then I'll log in to the donating school, which is here, L8P. That's how the email starts. So let me just log into that institution, L8P. Yes. Now we are at the donating school. So when the receiving school has requested for a student to be transferred to the donating school, the donating school will see the list of the learners who want to leave their school. So they'll go to learner transfer approval and they're going to see the requests. So it is a very simple thing for them. They either approve or reject. If they approve, the intervention of the county director of education is not necessary because the student will just be smoothly transitioned from the donating school to the receiving school. But where you come in is in case there's a rejection and we want to simulate a rejection. So let's say the head of institution wants to reject this. So they have clicked reject. Let's say they have clicked reject and they have said the reason for their rejection is that this learner has pending bills that have not been cleared by the parents at the institution. So they have to provide a reason why they are rejecting. So let's say the head of institution has rejected, they have submitted their rejection. Now you see that request has been rejected. So as a county director of education, you can intervene in such cases so that you help this process become seamless. And so I'm going to switch to the county director of education's account, and you're going to see this very simple process that you can involve yourself in to help these heads of institution arbitrate this issue and get it ironed out so that we can have this learner being settled properly. So I'm going to log into the CD's account. We are in Isiolo County. So let me just log into the CD's account. This is the account. So you can see I've logged into the county director dashboard. And now we want to see how we can help this institution to resolve this issue. Now, when the county director of education comes onto this platform, they will see under registration, the learner transfer appeal tab, and they have to click there. So when they click there, maybe they can do this every morning or they'll know how to, the CDE knows how to manage his time, but it's something maybe you can be checking on a daily basis. You come and see whether there are institution transfer appeal requests that have been sent to your desk. So when you come here, you have two options. You have the option to resolve it, or you have the option to finalize the rejection. So if the CDE comes and sees this information, and the CDE calls the different heads of institution, and they're able to have conversations with each other, and the CDE, as the judge, now determines that this transfer actually is not supposed to go through, the CDE is supposed to click reject. So when you click reject, you have closed the case, you have made a determination that this learner is going to remain in the donating school. But in case the CDE through arbitration finds out that this actually is not a serious issue, and they are actually the head of institution should consider in the donating school to approve this, then he should click on the resolve button. So it's only two buttons that you have to interact with. This is not so difficult. So let's say the CDE has done this and he has determined that the case is actually on the side of the receiving school. So he wants to allow this to go through. So he will click resolve and he will put his comments there. He will say, I do not see enough evidence that to support the decision that this learner should not proceed on transfer. The fees have been cleared. Let this proceed. And then submit. So when the CDE does that, the issue is resolved. And now the head of institution can go ahead and resolve this issue. And now we are not replacing real life conversations that have to take place in learning environments and in these environments where administration takes place to support the learning that goes on in schools. So still, the heads of institution have to talk to each other. The CDE has to talk to the heads of institution, and the parents should be involved in this process so that everyone is involved. And when an issue is marked as resolved, it is actually something that is a culmination of not only online activities, but also offline activities where all the people involved, all the stakeholders are having conversations so that we have fair judgments and we have the learner being settled in the best way possible. I can clear everything I'm almost clearing, and then I give to you. Then you clear up everything.
That part of where the parent and whatever you said, there's no comment against this way.
So I have my colleague here, Madam Hothan, who also wants to add a small comment on that particular issue. So Madam Hothan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tony, for that great presentation. It was really great. And there's one thing I want to add on this, please. As county director, there are a lot of issues. Even there's a court issue. Am I clear? There is a court issue which is in fact, which is really stressing some colleagues of ours, and that is, parents. Sometimes you will see a parent. Some parents are single mothers, some are single fathers, and then this transfer, the person who have admitted the particular learner in the system or in that school was, let us say an example, the mother or the father, either of the one, and these people are not together. An example, the mother have taken that learner to that particular school, and the learner has been there throughout. And then, out of nowhere, while the mother is not aware, the father can just come and ask for transfer of that particular learner because the name of the father is him. Okay, and he's the real father. We are not refusing that. But what matters is who have brought this child or this learner to that particular school. It was a mother, and the mother who has been paying the fees throughout. This father was nowhere for all like 8 years or 10 years. Now the person who knows is only the mother. The person who the principal knows is only the mother. Out of nowhere, a father come to that place and says, this is the form, I want transfer, I want to take my child to another school. Now for that principal, please guide the principal about this. Now, if there are some principals who do things for the sake of doing, because this is a father, they will just give out the transfer like that. I think the best thing is you guide the principal to call the parents' details which are there, who have brought this child to the school, who have been paying the school fees, who, all that. After that, confirm if it is a mother, you are that mother, yes. The mother of this learner, yes. Okay, the father is here and he wants transfer for the learner. Are you aware of that? You are not causing conflict, but I am just advising, or you will be advising that principal in case of any issue tomorrow. There is a case in Nairobi. In fact, right now, the same scenario. Therefore, please just advise, where is the mother? Tell the parent who is there with you. If it is the father, ask him. I think the number that we have, it is for the mother. Where is it? Some of them might even say the mother have died, but call the number that you have. Some they can say the mother have left the country. Call the number that you have. At least you will get a response. Therefore, please guide the principals when transferring learners, the system, the number, the contact. The reason why we are putting that contact in that particular area of the guardian is because of communication. The number is not there for something else. It is because of communication. This father will come, take the child and take it, or maybe even he will just take the transfer, but will not take to any other school, or will take to a school where the child does not like. And that child might even commit suicide. That child can do anything. That is the thing that mostly cause dropout. When learner drop out, there is a reason. Therefore, please, when they get such incidents, it is not you. It is now in the ground, the principal, the head teacher, guide them, communicate to the person who have brought that child learner to that particular school. If not, when you give transfer, please, even you will be included in the case. You will be called because the principal or the teacher are people who are under you. Any case that they have, obvious, you have to be interfered. You have to interfere that issue. You have to be included because you need to respond also. Therefore, please let the principal and the head teachers, when they have such issues of transferring a learner with unseen parent, with unseen guardian, please, such thing is very risky nowadays. It is in the courts, you know, it is in the children's rights area, it is in the children's offices. Kwa hivyo, please, just tell them, tell the parent, guide the parent, or guide the principal. Yourself, you need to guide the principals to tell them, do not give a child whose parents contacts are in the school to another person. Because all that, the child is under your responsibility. If that child in that school, if that child is in that particular institution, the principal is responsible for that child. Therefore, when you are giving out, when you are transferring a learner, please make sure that you know the person who is preparing the transfer for that particular learner must be the person who is aware of that learner. That is just a concern, and we are seeing, we have been solving a lot of issues, and some even to solve it is a problem. Therefore, before that issue comes to you, advise your principals and head teachers about that. Let them consider the contacts which they have for that particular learner. Thank you. Let me invite Tony to continue where he was.
Thank you so much, Madam Houghton. I think that is very clear. We have been guided, and this is very useful information. So we are left with a very small part because now as a CDE, you have resolved this issue. So I want to log into the account of the donating school so that you see the consequence of that resolution. So I'll log into that account. Let me just do that right now. Let's log in. And then once we have logged into, you can see we are in the donating school now. We have left the CD's account. When you go back to the donating school, and then you go to registration and then learner transfer approval, you'll see the request has come back. So when you resolve an issue, the request goes back to the head of institution in the donating school so that they can then now approve as per the instructions of the CDE. So they have to approve. So I'll click on approve. And now you can see that the request has been approved. And we should be able to see that that learner is no longer a student in the donating school. Let me just see. Okay, they are still there, but there's one small part that is left. But once that approval has taken place, we now need to go and admit them into the into the receiving school. So let me go to the receiving school so that we can finish this very small process. So now in the receiving school, you can see this is the receiving school. When you are in the receiving school, the head of institution there will go still to registration, and then they will go to learner admissions, and then they will go to transfer, and now they will see there's a new student who has come, and they only have to admit them. Now you can see the way KEMIS is very simple. It makes things simple. So the head of institution just clicks admit, and automatically that learner is transferred from the donating school to the receiving school. Now, in the receiving school, if we check the learner admission, we will see John Odongo, who we created in the donating school, is now in the receiving school. And vice versa, if we log out from the receiving school and we log into the donating school, let me log into the donating school. We will again see that now that learner is no longer in the donating school. So now the donating school has no students. They have 0 students. And even if you go on the dashboard, you'll see total learners 0, new admissions 0, total transfer requests 1. So that learner has been released. And even if you check, you'll see here, released 1. So that is the whole workflow of the transfer process. We have seen in the donating school, we created a learner there. We have seen in the receiving school, using the Maisha number, we requested the transfer of the learner who was created in the donating school. We have seen the head of institution in the donating school reject that transfer. We have seen the CD, after arbitration, resolve that transfer, that the learner should be transferred from the donating school to the receiving school. We have seen in the donating school, the head of institution actually approve the transfer request as per the CD's guidance. And then we have seen the head of institution of the receiving school admit that learner into his school. And we have seen that the learners disappeared from the donating school and now appeared in the receiving school. So that marks the end of my presentation. I hand it back to Karimi, who can tie it up, and we move on to the next session. Back to you, Mr. Karimi.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Tony, for that detailed and well-guided walkthrough on the learner transfer. So, Director, these are the some of the scenarios that we envision you to experience during the normal day-to-day operations of your running of your operation, and the principals or the head of institution might be having these scenarios whereby there's a principal who have rejected, or there's a incident that is hindering the or making it difficult for one of the principal from the donating, or we call it releasing school, to really release the school to where they want to go. That we are now within the KEMIS platform. That is another workflow that we expect you to be habituating. Once there's such a scenario, we will be getting notification from your email and of course on your dashboard that there's this, if as you can see from the certificate, that is pending your arbitration.
Volume, please. Volume, please.
Okay. And I hope it's much better now. Yes, so just saying that these are some of the scenarios that we envision you'll be able to encounter in your institutions, and you'll be able now within the KEMIS, that is the workflow for handling rejections during learner transfer. So we've been taken through how we did learner admission. We've seen how transfer happens between one school to another school, and the bit may be something that we didn't mention. One of the issues that KEMIS is solving from the NEMIS 3.0 is that some principals would report that this learner has transferred to my school, but the record exists in the school where they were coming from. But now it came that we mentioned the importance of the Maisha number. That tracks the learner from the point of enrollment up to the point they exit. So if they are transferring, the only thing that remains on the school that were previously is the record, the history of the transfer, but they do not count as a part of the learner. If they transfer to school B, that is where the head count is not in the previous school. So we wanted to show you that part of a learner transfer bit, which we didn't cover when we did the learner admission. And then we have one more module that is remaining, that is on the user management. We wanted to show you the learner transfer and how you'll be arbitrating. Then we take a short health break, and then you should be able to come back around 11:15. 11:20, and then proceed with the remaining sessions. So, and up to there, we could be having a question that we can pick, and maybe if you have a question, or Madam Holland, you have something to add to that before we take a quick health break.
Thank you very much, Karimi. Thank you very much. Yeah, so far, the only thing I wanted to ask before you break, think about it, in case you have any question concerning the transfer, in case you have any input and or any recommendation, anything that you have to add in that before we go move to the next session. We wanted to hear about transfer issue. We know the transfer is now between the two teachers. And after that, is in case we said in case there are some issues which will come up, that is the time you can include the issue with that is the time the principal or the teacher, the head teacher, will include you in case there are problems, and you might solve. But so far, how the principal and the head teachers, the procedure of transferring the learner from school A to school B. You have said the Maisha number from this will go to that school, The moment it goes, then that Maisha number will be added in school B, and school A, they will be minus that Maisha number and that detail of the learner immediately. You know, this is something which is automatic. The moment that Maisha number have moved to the next school, automatically this the part of this school A will be blank, and for school B, they will get extra one learner, which means this school will be funded with one learner, and the school A will not receive the fund of the former learner. But now what happens, the deals which are here today is 5 learners are transferred from school A, and they have joined school B. School A will be receiving the funding for those 5 learners, and school B will not receive the funding of that particular 5 learners. The school A have not those learners. Already the learners have moved to school B, but the funding is going to school A. That is what used to happen. But in this system now, the moment a learner Maisha number is moved to school B, automatically school B will be earning for that particular learner. And school A will have minus that learner. Are you getting me? I said before we had an issue. 10 learners will move from school A and move to school B. But the funding will never move. A minute, please. I'm just signing something. Thank you for your patience. I said school A have transferred 5 learners to school B. I'm talking about the system now. The moment that 5 learners have moved, the Maisha number of those 5 learners have moved to school B, automatically the school B will have the addition of those 5 learners. But for school A, they will not get the funding for that particular 5 learners. The funding will reduce minus 5 learners. For school B, the funding they will get will be plus 5 learners. Therefore, this system automatically will solve the issue without the head teacher or the principal to complain. I received 10 learners from different schools and I am not funded. You see, that will not be there. Automatically, the school, the empowerment, Maisha number, and the names have moved. Even the funding will just go to the school B. Is that not good? Hello, am I communicating? Am I communicating?
Yes, yes.
Yes, madam.
You remember the issues are there with you. Hope the principals have been complaining, saying that my school, the population is very high. There are 20 learners from different schools, and I'm not getting any, all those problems, it is there. Even us, we are receiving all those concerns, the problems. We have a lot of letters. They are piling in our office. The school, the number is increasing, but the funding is not increasing. The funding is constant. And the number of learners in that school is increasing. What is this causing? It is being caused by the learners who have moved from one school to that school have not changed. This the teacher will not write to Jogo and say, 10 learners have moved from my school and they went to this particular school or different schools. Therefore, you have to reduce my funding minus 10 learners because I have given transfer to 10 learners. Is there any principal or head teacher who will do that? Yes? Is there any principal or head teacher who will do that? They don't have the time. Even if they wanted to do, they don't have that time to do it. Therefore, this system will guide you. It's guiding you to guide the head teachers. If there are transfers, let them just control who they are giving the transfer, who they are giving the learners to, and where the learner is going. Automatically, the moment that learner is landed in that place, automatically. That learner will no longer be in the former school. It will be this new school. And the funding will go to the new school. Therefore, directors, am I communicating? Am I in our potential?
We are together.
We are together. Is there any question now? Is there any input, recommendation, any comment? Si lazima muulize swali, lakini hata comment, hata your input is appreciated.
Appreciate the process. The process is very clear.
Yes, Bita.
We were able to get it. Now my concern is,
yes,
or a question probably. Now we used to have some paperwork being done. Some learners are approved as the national, others at region, others at the county, and others at the sub-county, depending on the school status. Now, is it that everything has been brought to the same level that approvals are done, or those any resolutions are done by the county director, or there are some cases that can be done at the national, regional, or the county, or at the sub-county, or everything is done by the county director? That is one. Number two, do we have any paperwork anymore, or the process is just done by the schools and that's the end?
Peter, please, can you, your voice is very low. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry. So I was appreciating the process.
Okay.
Then my concern was, is it that all the resolutions are being done by the county directors, or some is done at the headquarter, at the region, at the county, or at the level? Because you used to have such kind of procedure. Some schools are done at the approvals are done at the national level, that's at the headquarter, others at the region, the county, depending with the school status. Now, does it mean that now in KEMIS, the whole thing is done by the county director alone? And number two, we used to have some forms being filled by the parents. Do we still have the same, or the system has replaced all?
Yes, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. When we talk about, let me start with the one of the form. In the system right now, the way Tony has just shown you, because every learner will have assessment number. That is what he was saying, like the Malaysian ID. Now, before we used to use manual, it is true. We used to fill the form and the signature for, I don't know, the sub-county director, county director, all that process. But in this system, the moment the parent will go to school B and look if there are chance. If there are chance, we'll go to school A again, to that principal, and ask, I want to transfer my learner to that particular school. If there are no issue, then that particular school A principal will give the Maisha ID of that learner to the parent. Then the parent will take, and these two principals have to communicate. They are communicating. An example, the parent will automatically say, I'm taking my child to this school B, the particular school. An example, let us say, which school can we use? Okay, school B. The parent now will go to school A and say, I want to take my child. I've got a chance there. I want to go to take my child to that particular school. Then school A will give a Maisha ID to that particular learner, and then they will take it to school A. In fact, it is with the senior management of how now the sub-county director and county director will be participating in it. But at the moment, it is a matter of school A to school B. And the moment this school B admits that child in, I think Tony has shown you how to admit the learner to school B. The moment that learner is captured in that school, then the other side, the learner will move. There is no that learner in this school. It is something which is automatically. It is not something that you will move with the papers or ask anybody to sign anything. Now it is the two. And in case there is school issue, that one is the time you can include the sub-county director. Now the head teacher or the principal will include the sub-county director and the county director to at least oversee that issue. Therefore, all what you are asking, the details which were there, signing all those forms, it is not there. It is just the number of moving Maisha number from this school to the other school. I told you if there are some issues now, an example, this school A have refused to give transfer to this because the principals will be communicating. Then that is the time the county director and the sub-county director will now intervene in that and see how they can solve the problem.
Noted, madam. Thank you.
Am I with you, Peter, my brother?
Yes, madam. Nimekupata.
Thank you. Okay, any other question, please? Okay, let us break for healthy break. We are very sorry we
Madam.
delayed you, and just have 20
Hello.
minutes for your healthy break. Yes, Philip?
Yeah. Mine is a concern.
A concern, yes?
Yes. I was thinking that if transfer is for the two schools, receiving and donating.
Yes.
And the main objective for having a sub-county director, CD, region, was to check and balance so that the transfers, so that nobody will abuse the process of transfer.
Okay.
As a concern, how
Yes.
will the ministry now check to see that the two schools, your transfers are not from January to January. They are supposed to have a
Yes.
limit.
Yes.
Now that we have got those two teachers, they can play with the portal the way they want. So
Yes.
can we? I can see there is an issue we want to fix there, because it will not go well if it goes unchecked. Thank you.
Yes, Philip. For that is why I was explaining. I told you there is something with the senior people who are deciding about that. It will be in the table. Therefore, for now, the transfer is moving like that. But I told you, in case the two principals also disagree, they will include the sub-county director and county director. With that effect, also, I told you the seniors we have put that one. In fact, that we were asked that the time of when we were training the principals, and we have put that in the table for the seniors so that they will come up with a decision. Are you there, Philip?
Yeah, I'm there. It's okay now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us break for healthy break for 20 minutes, please, and try to communicate. Today is when we are summarizing, and I think always, the bottom part is always, very interesting, and therefore, please try to communicate with the few who are away. Let them join the last minute meeting. And in fact, we have a chat here. You can communicate and you can comment about how the presentation was, what you have not understood, or in case you have not understood anywhere, you can comment. The chat is for you to comment. We are just talking. But it is you who is, receiving the information, receiving the knowledge. Are we giving you the way it is wanted? Are we presenting the whatever you are learning properly? All that you need to comment. And in case you want us to change one and two, your inputs, your comments is highly appreciated. Therefore, thank you very much. Let me give you 25 minutes for your healthy break, and then we come back. Thank you. Am I seeing somebody to ask? Somebody's raising. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Let us break for healthy break, and then we come back after 25 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I want to call the meeting to order to our last session of our training. I hope you can hear me. This time you can put in the chat, you can show thumbs up if you can hear me. Yeah, we want to start. Yeah, thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. Who is the other person? Yeah, Peter, we can see you. Mandela, Asante. Anybody else? We want to move to the last bit. Ali Akare. Ali Akare, how are you? Ali, how are you? Ali, how are you? Okay, Ali, maybe step out. Sigriso, are you there? Sahara Mohammed, Golo Guyo, Kalgalo. Yes, are you there? Are you there? We want to start our last session, which is on user management, how we manage the users, and then from there we will be able to get forward. Nastea Hali, Nastea, are you there?
Yes, I'm there,
to confirm that. Okay, thank you, Nastea. Which sub-county? Which county?
Garissa.
Which sub-county?
Garissa
Garissa, which
County,
sub-county?
Garissa County. Garissa.
Okay, Garissa town. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Asante sana. Sigriso, I didn't hear you. Sigriso. Okay. Ruth says she's present. Okay. So I think we can start. We can start this session on user management. This is a session which will show you how you can create a user under your account. This possibly like you are the secretary in the office or cleric officer. You can give them some rights whereby they can do some bit of work within KEMIS, either for a short time or until you change the status of that user. You can decline, you can stop that user, you can make that user inactive so that they remain. You can also have an officer. You give an officer some rights in the office. Let's say, for example, CDs, you have got the CPC. You can create the CPC account under your account, and you can give them some rights to do some work or to access some information. Then in case the CPC finishes that assignment, you can inactivate that CPC, or you can also inactivate in case the CPC has gone on transfer. Like now I know there are a few that have gone on transfer. So that kind of thing. So I want to call upon again Mr. Karemi and Tony to take us through this last module for our training. So Bwana Karemi, karibu.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much, Director. And I'm going to share my screen here. So thank you. I think we've pretty much addressed the core of the KEMIS platform. It has so many moving pieces, and the first 4 modules that we've covered, that is institution, learner, reporting, and now user management. These are among the priority modules that we identified because you might think of them like the engine of the KEMIS platform. And having looked at the the three modules, that is the institution, learner, and reports. Now we're going to look at user management, and it's important when we think of user management, we pretty much think, how do you give access to users to access, or stakeholders to access the KEMIS platform? And for those that we did the demo yesterday and even today morning, that you could say that we were able to log into the KEMIS platform. Everyone is logging in from the same interface, whether you are the HOI, the principal, whether you are the CD, you are the sub-county CD, or you are the castle. We are using the same interface to log into the KEMIS platform. But what we see, as we saw yesterday on the report, we see separate dashboard. Why? It's because KEMIS is role-based, is a role-based system. And what do I mean by it being role-based? It means that as the CDE, I am offering supervisory and oversight roles within my area of jurisdiction. I should be able to see different statistics, different reports, and different things from maybe my sub-county director of education and even CASO, and also maybe able to see what the principals or what the head of institution are submitting. The same goes to the SED, CASO, and the principals. Based on the role that you have within the system, that is within the KEMIS platform, you can see only what your role allows you to see on the KEMIS platform. So, and all that is made possible through user management within KEMIS. So when you talk of user management, ideally we talk of very four main operations. And if you allow me, I look for my whiteboard here to annotate. So ideally on user management, we talk of these four operations. You can call it CRUD or CRUD. And for C, maybe just to see if my I have students in this class who has maybe you can try and bounce ideas what this abbreviation could be standing for. So who has an idea what CS, what stands for in the context of user management? Yes, you can type on the chat, you can unmute and speak. What do you think C stands for? Come on, let's engage. Again, there are no wrong answers in this class. So what do you think C stands for?
Control.
Control, thank you. There's one feedback that is from Sigiso. I hope that's how I pronounce your name. I think control. Anyone else? You have one control. Ali, Eric, Ibrahim, anyone? Peter, anyone who knows other than control? Anyone else with a suggestion or knows what C stands for in the context of user management? Okay, I thank you so much. Control, yes, but pretty much in user management, when we say C stands for what we call create. This is the operation or the action of adding a user within the KEMIS platform. Remember, as the CDs, you have the power, you have the authority to create or to add a new user within the system. Maybe you are able to add a SED, able to add to create a castle and the likes within the system. So C stands for create. So one that's in user management, that is one thing that you should be, or you'll be able to do within the KEMIS platform. And then what about R? What do R stand for? Yes. Read, that is Ruth. Thank you very much, Ruth. Yes, we have one comment from Ruth. Read, R stands for read. Anyone else?
Retrieve.
Yes, that is retrieve. Yes, I'm going to write all that. Read. We have retrieve. Yes, all these are correct answers. And retrieve, this is the action whereby you've created a record in the system. How do you want to see it back? Remember when we are adding creating learners, you could be able, you are as a HY was able to view the record of these learner even before finalizing submission. So R stands for read, stands for retrieve, or you can also think of view, whereby you've created, you want to view the record of these the record that you've entered in the system. What about you? What do you think U stands for? Okay, update. Thank you very much, Rod. We have update. Anyone else? Thank you. Update.
Upload.
Yes, update is yes, U stands for update, and think of it as this is update, upload. But now, in the context of user management, U pretty much stands for update. And what do we mean by update? Update ideally entails whereby you've created a record and you want to modify that record. So it means that now you are doing the action, or you're performing the action of updating, or you can also think of it as edit. So you edit a record that already existing within the system. So you can create a user, assign them a role, and maybe later you want to, or even you want to change their particulars, maybe their name or their email. That will be the action of updating or editing. And finally, letter D, what do you think D stands for? Yes, the final letter in our code. What does D stand for? Yes, we have one comment from Ruth. Delete. Yes, we have delete. Anyone else? You have delete. Thank you, Ruth. Yes, we have delete. You can also think of it as yes, thank you, Joseph. Think of it as destroy. Think of it as remove. And this action that if you've created an entry, or you've added a record, and then you want to do an operation to remove it entirely from the system, you use what we call delete or remove. And it's a very expensive operation in the sense that if you delete an entry, that entry is gone forever. So we highly discourage against using that delete button or the delete operation. And mostly it's given on it where necessary. You find that most of the entries, though, we encourage you, say you've created a user and maybe they are moved from your county or sub-county. Instead of deleting them, to revoke the access, what you do, you use mostly the update operation so that you can update maybe the status from active to inactive instead of are doing the delete operation. And why is so? Sometimes there's how most of these platforms work is that an activity, say you've sent a SED or a CASO to the field to do an inspection, they'll come and do a report back to the system. And this report is tied to the username or to the account. You can think now when you delete this user, usually we have what we call a cascade effect, whereby you delete this user, everything that they have done within the system, they goes with them. So usually that is not to prevent such occurrences. It's highly discouraged to have that option to delete, but you should be able to update or edit these user within the system. Yeah, so these are when you talk of user management, ideally, this is what we'll be speaking to. This is what it entails in the context of KEMIS. So I'm going to clear my screen here and proceed. So clear all my drawings and close that. So we are going to, so the objective is to enable you to assign and delegate roles within the system. And the assigned roles are delegated function and responsibilities. Please take note of this, that the responsibility remains within the assigning officer. So the assigned roles are delegated functions and the responsibility remains within the assigning officer. That is very important to take note of, even when you're given that power to create users, to assign them particular roles. Whatever they do, that is your responsibility. Then moving on. So we'll do a demo, and for the user management, we'll try to create a user or two to see practically how it's done within the KEMIS platform, assign users different roles, and maybe even try to log in and see when you assign a user this role, when they log into the platform, what do they see? They see something similar, or based on their role, are they able to see something distinct from the other? So these are just the workflow. I think this one we've gone over it over and over again. It's at our fingertip on how we access the KEMIS platform from our browser. We've given the training URL, and then since now we've already have our account within the KEMIS, we log in, and then with the credential provided, of course, and then under user registration, that's where we create a user, we select the role, and they save the details. When this user is created, they get a notification on their email that, dear so-and-so, welcome to KEMIS platform. Your user credentials are this is your email, and there's your password that is system generated. You need to change for the first time. So you're going to see that practically how it happens. So we get at least 3 users, and then 3 users in the system. Now, so maybe a discussion. What do you think is the importance of user management? I've given you a hint. Maybe we can discuss. What do you think is the importance of user management? Yes. What do you think is the importance of user management?
Delegation of work.
Delegation of work. Yes. Thank you. That is one. Delegation of work. Importance of user management within KEMIS. One is delegation of work. Yes. Thank you. Another. Let's see. Another comment. Another importance of user management in KEMIS. Let's engage. Let's engage. I think there are no wrong answers in here. Sorry, can you come again?
Sharing of tasks.
Sharing of tasks.
Data protection.
Data protection. Data protection. Yes, thank you. Sorry, can you come again? We have a delegation of work, sharing of task. We have data protection. Yes, what else?
Sharing also.
Sharing?
Data sharing.
Data sharing, yes, data sharing. Uh-huh. Yes, give me 2 more and then we'll go and see what the trainers have prepared for us. Yes, and all these are correct responses. What is the importance of user management within KEMIS platform? Ibrahim, I see you've sent something to ensure only authorized access, individual access the platform. Yes, this is very true. Ensure authorized access to the platform. Thank you very much, Abdi.
Accountability and transparency.
Accountability and transparency. Yes, accountability and transparency. Thank you very much. These are very, very good responses. Yes, any last response? We have delegation of work, sharing of tasks, data protection, data sharing, to ensure only authorized access to the platform, accountability and transparency. Here's one last comment, one last point. Yes. Yes, thank you very much, directors. I think these are very, very accurate and responses. Yes, these are among the importance of user management. And as you can see, whatever you've given pretty much aligns or ties with what we have here. Yes, user management provides secure and role-based access for stakeholders. I think I have emphasized on this, what we mean by role-based access for stakeholders. It allows administrators to create, assign, and manage user account. That is one of the importance. You are able to create, as you've seen, assign and manage user accounts. Allows monitoring, access through access logs and reports. Yes, user management, you can see who logged into the system at what point and what did they do, what was the actions within the system. There's the logs and the reports are very, very important in any system, because in the event that you want to do an audit, in the event that you want to know, say there was a system breach or there was a data breach, you are able, through the logs, you're able to know what led to what, maybe whose access was used to do XYZ. So allows monitoring through access through logs and reports, and then safeguards data integrity and ensures quality of service. Yes, safeguards data integrity and ensuring quality of service. Why? Because only authorized users, just like we've been told by Abdi, that to ensure authorized access to the platform. You can imagine now KEMIS is a high interest platform, and it holds very crucial data for learners in the country. Not only learners, it also holds data on all the stakeholders, you as the CDs. It has data for the parents or guardians. You can imagine the event that anyone out there can access this, can access, because KEMIS is available over the internet. So anyone who knows can go to kemis.go.ke and access the platform. But what now the determinant on the integrity part is who can get inside? Yes, you can see the beautiful landing page of KEMIS, but can you get inside to it? And all the measures and control are in place through role-based access, through approval workflows that only someone to ensure integrity and quality of service, only people who are authorized can access and see the data, and they will only see what is relevant to them. And then ensures accountability. Once again, this is just like I'll put across. You can imagine you had there's an incident and no one's want to take ownership. And you can remember in the previous slide, he said the assigned roles are a delegated function and the responsibility remains with the assigning officer. So what does this point on ensuring accountability mean? It means that if you've given access to the platform, it means that anyone, if there's something that happened within the platform, or if there's an audit query, someone cannot say no, it's not me who accessed. And the beauty is, if you are a CDA, you can delegate the role of a CD to a particular individual. And when you delegate, you do not give them your credentials to log into or to act as a CD. No. What you'll be able to do, you'll be able to create them and assign them the role of a CD. So whenever they log in as using the username and the password, so that in the event maybe something has happened, you as a CD, when the auditors or someone who is looking into the incident comes and asks, says you are the one who logged in, you're able to point that, yes, I delegated this role, but this is the person who logged in. So there's no, we eliminate that blame game that, no, yes, I logged in as Cindy, but using his credentials or her credentials. No, that will not be the case. It's being having the system support delegation of roles help us to have that sense of ownership in everything that we do within the system. Then support compliance with governance and data protection policies. I think this one has been you've put given this as during the discussion. Yes, support compliance and governance with data protection. I think when we were introducing the session earlier in the first day, talked about there are some laws and regulations that you need to be aware, you need to be familiar with. Things to do with the Data Protections Act of Kenya, could be things to do with the security policies. When we are saying this is a very sensitive data that of learner information that we have within KEMIS platform. Who are we complying with the data protection? Because as an institution, as a principals or HOI, as the CDs, in one way or the other, if you look at the Data Protection Act of 2019, it categorizes as either data controllers or data processors, and pretty much we collect the data, and in a way we process that data by knowing, we want to know how many learners I have within my county or sub-county, how many schools we have. So using the user management, you are able now to be in line with that, with compliance with the existing governance and data protection policies. So having said that, we'll switch over to see how practically, how does that happen. Let me switch over to my browser. But if there's any question, let's switch over. Please feel free to open and ask. Okay, so I'll show you again. Once again, we say how do we access the KEMIS platform? It's training.kemis.go.ke. Then I'll click enter. Scanning in case there's anyone who wants to interact with it. the link. So once again, since we already have access to the platform, we can log in. So I'll go here to, on my top right, we have this login button where my cursor is. So click login here, and I'll log in with the credentials I had. 22 at outlook.com and the password. Now I've logged in, and just to point out, I've logged in the HY dashboard because the function for user management here has been extended here. Just yes, and it's the same thing that will be extended to you as the county directors, because you are the overall in the administration, so that you can create your sub-county director of education and create sub-county CASO quality officers. So how do we access the user management? So I'll come here to registration, and I'll go to registrations. We wait for this to load. Now, as you can see, so under user registration here, we have some on my left. We said that this module for user management helps you to create and manage user account and roles. So once again, whatever you are able to see when you log in, it's determined by which role have you been assigned by the person who created you. If it's now, assuming it's the CDE here who is creating them, CDE is creating a SCD, they will only have access to sub-county director of education dashboard. They will not have access to county director of education dashboard, because those two are very different and very distinct roles. So in this case, so when you want to create a new role, so as you can see, there's a add new button here, which is great because there's no active role. So I'll click here. So in this case, we want the principal, who is by default the admin, wants to create the deputy principal. They'll click here. This the role that they want to create, and then this button appears here. So when this button is active, what happens? It will open this form, and then you have the form to create user. So see, Mr. Create myself here as a principal, Nicholas Karimi. And then I'll put a mobile number. And then some of these fields are not mandatory, so you can leave them optional. And then email ID, which is I'll use a valid email address. It is. I'll say hello. Oh, say Karim. .com, and then I'll gender, male, and then I'll click save. So once I've clicked save, the details have been saved. So if you want to see the role that you've created, I just again need to come here and click filter here. So if I try and see what happens now, this user has received a notification, has received an email that telling them that dear so and so, we've created your we've created your account in KEMIS. Please use the following credentials to log in. Yes, this is there. I've received this email to Moto. You can see, dear Nicholas Karimi, your account has been created on KEMIS. So these are what I need to use to log in. As you can see, this is the deputy principal for Makueni Boys Senior School. So if I try to log out here, I'll log out and then I'll log in. Then I enter my password. This is a system generated password, so I'll have to change it for the first time. I'll do that. Karini 12 as the password. Karini 12. Password has been changed. So if I go to so enter the username and the password that I have set right now. So I try to click enter here. As you can see now, I've logged in as a deputy principal. But again, here you see there's the role, and the dashboard is for now it's empty, and it's different from the principal because we are yet rather the development team is still working based on the guidance on what should the deputy principal be able to see within their dashboard. So pretty much this is how the process happened. Like if you create a role based on the role that has been defined in the system, they are only able to see what they have been assigned or what they are able to see within the system. You can assume the case like create a deputy principal, and when they log in, they only see they can see the things that now the principals or the heads of a station can are able to see. So right now, based on the role for the deputy principal, they do not have anything that they can see at the moment. But again, it's work in progress that whatever they are supposed to see will be provided for them to be able to see within the institutional dashboard for their school. And again, this is they are within the Makueni Boys Senior School dashboard, not any other dashboard that they are able to see. So if I go to training to it again, I will need to log in back as the administrator of that school. So once again, just you can see the distinction. With the same school that instantly I've been logged in. Now I can see there are different tables, there are different cards that with different information that I can see here because I am the administrator. And if I had created this user as an administrator, as another admin, they could see similar dashboard. So another role you can create is for the principal as a teacher or a facilitator, they are able to create teachers. When they create teachers, our teacher will log in, they will only see what teachers are supposed to see within the KEMIS platform. The same goes to ICT support and admin. So an admin ideally is like just like the principal. So you can create an admin, and this one will inherit the power or the role of the admin. Now you remember when you were talking about when we are talking about the 4 operations of user management, that is the create, read, update, and delete. So when you talk about create is the operation that we've seen whereby I click this new button here, add new admin, and then I'll fill that form and click submit. The user gets a notification like this email that we've received here for that your user account has been created. I log in, I change my password, and then there is a operation of reading. So when you talk about read, it's just ideally what we are seeing here, like you are able now to see, like creating the deputy principal. So if I click here, admin, deputy principal, I can see there's a deputy principal, their status and the action. Then there's an operation for update. So before I talk to update, you remember the last operation was delete. And as you can see here, under action, you don't have the delete. The reason being, it's a very costly and a very expensive process. So if I click delete here, assuming that Mr. Karimi has moved from Makueni Boys Senior School and they are going to another school, to mean that now that record no longer exists with us. Anything that they had done with the system goes with them. So instead of that, if we want to revoke their access from logging into Makueni Boys Senior School instance, what we just need to do is updating. But before we do that, something else, we talked about delegation of roles. Now, assuming as the principal, I want to give my deputy principal the role of an admin, full admin as the principal. So something that the feedback that is being implemented right now, it's work in progress, that alongside the date button, we have a button for delegate role. So that button, based on the feedback from the previous training that we received, that it opens a window whereby you can select the role that you want to assign this user. So you want to give them the admin, full admin role, and then the duration. How long should they have that role with them? Say a week, a month, or so. And then after that duration has expired, they are defaulted back to their original role, say in this case for deputy principal. So whereby now, say the principals, they have received directive that they need to register institution and capture learners. So it might be overwhelming because only one admin can do that. But if you want to have several admins within your institution, within your institution, maybe you can assign your secretary or a teacher, give them the full admin role so that they can help in capturing learners. But now you'll be giving them that role for admin for a particular a particular window, a particular duration of time, so that they log into the system as an administrator, and after that duration lapses, they are defaulted back to the role of a teacher, and now they can only see things that teacher or deputy principal can see. Now, speaking now of updating now, say Mr. Nicholas Karimi has moved from school and they have gone to school. So there's a principle here, and this is a similar operation that you'll be able to see to do to your users as the CDs. Same way you create a subcounty CD, same way you'll be able to create subcounty castle or any other user that you or any other role that is relevant to you. So what you need to do, instead of deleting, that is, we no longer want to have access to Makueni Boys. So you just need to come here and click this button here, inactive, and then click contact details, and then click save. So what happens? So these user details have been saved. The user still exists within the system, but now can we try to log in as that user and see if we are going to be able to log in? So I'll log in once again. And then Karimi and now you can see now, I've not deleted this user. I've just changed their status from active to inactive, which means now this user is no longer active within my tenant or within my institution. So anytime they try to log in within my KEMIS tenant, that is Makueni Boys senior school, they will not go through. So you see now they get invalid username and password. So with that, you've been able now to take away the rights of this deputy principal. They can no longer log into your institution. They can no longer now see any data. But in the event that say they have gone, come back to your school, you don't have to recreate them. You just need to go back, change their status from inactive to active, and then they can proceed to access the platform within, or your tenant within the KEMIS platform. So up to that point, directors, do we have any question, any clarification on user management? Have we been following or been speaking to myself?
Following.
We are together. We are
Okay.
together.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any question on user management?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yes, it is my request that after the development is over, when it is complete, we shall have a user manual. You know, age is catching up with us, and some of these things someone can forget, but we can refer to the user manual. So I hope it will be there, and it will be updated when the system is also updated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric, Mr. Budi. Yes, user manuals are, that's very, very core, and they are updated as new features are introduced. They are updated. Actually, user manuals are already there, which once now the rollout is there, communication is there, you have access to them, and anything that is under the system, the user manuals are being updated. Yes, we are taking care of that because to have a point of reference, if it's a very complex training and so much information that we might lead to information overload. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. User manuals will be there and they'll be updated and any feature that is being introduced into the system. Thank you very much. Any other question? Any other clarification? Yes, questions on the clarification on user management? Or we have understood? We don't want to make assumptions.
Yeah, the result come something.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think if no question at this point, I would like to welcome director here to add on to the discussion that we have and further direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Mr. Karimi. We can appreciate Mr. Karimi. Ladies and gentlemen, he has taken us through this. Few picks from what he has mentioned is that there will be a module. Actually, I've seen a draft module for the principals or the end of institution, and also for you as the county and sub-county directors. So the module will be circulated at the opportune time so that you are able to interact and get some support in case you find that you are stuck. As we tend towards the end of our training, we are sharing a form that you can go through just some info that will just have a reminder of what's happening. So Tony will share the link for the form for evaluating today, and as you have done previously, we encourage you to do that. So we want to move to a few areas, small aspects that we need to raise, just for our information and even for our close observations. This is on issues of compliance, issues on compliance, and the support, which is very critical for all of us. And that's the reason why we brought this one to you, to our field officers, our colleagues in the field, so that you're able to the principals and ends of institutions the need for comply with what is required of them and even of you, because the compliance is for everybody who is using the system. We expect you also to support the schools in form of advice, in form of guidance, and impressing on them the need for integrity at the point of data capture, because the schools are to have accurate and exercise high level of integrity when they are doing the data capture for the student at the school level. So the education officers at all levels you have clear mandate to support institutions through trainings, through follow-up, through assisting in problem solving, and even in ensuring data integrity. I think that is what I've mentioned. You are mandated to do that. Check with the principals, check with the end teachers. When you're visiting the schools or when you're interacting with the principals and teachers, you need to impress on them. They need to ensure that the data is integral, the data is clean, the data is accurate. What is on the system is reflected at the school level. Or what is at the school is reflected on at the school level. So that is very important. Let's move on. Move on. So look at some of the benefits. For providing technical support, and I think we have talked about this again and again. And I will not be take a lot of much time on this. So the bit of supporting administrative support and technical support to schools, institutions, of course, it will enhance compliance, the policies and the guidelines. And as I indicated earlier, each of these platform, I believe that we will have accompanying guidelines and instructions on how to use the system and what is supposed to do to happen. Support of the school ensures that there is data integrity. I think important institutional capacity through the end of institution. You support the end of institution, and the end of institution is able to offer a leadership at the school level for purposes of data capture, of course, timely identification and the solution of challenges. Schools may have issues within the system for data capture, so they can reach out to you either on phone or whichever way, and then you're able to assist them resolve those challenges within the shortest time possible. Again, also your support will ensure that the schools utilize and also adapt to the utilization of the system, because once you support them again and again, this will ensure that the system is well used. But if you keep away from them, alafu unawaeleza kwamba hiyo system ni ya jogoo, once you tell them jogoo, then you detach yourself from the system. And it is important when you explain to them the part of the system as an administrator in charge of the county or sub-county level. And then finally, we are talking about improving of planning and decision making. Because, ladies and gentlemen, data is becoming very important when we are planning and when we are making informed decision. Then the school level, decision is made on the data. And data, for example, if it's a mixed school, how many girls, how many boys, how many is the total number of students, how much food are we going to buy for these students, how much water do they need, is the water adequate, do we need to buy, how many lorries or buses are we going to buy to sustain our school? So this is based on data, and decision making is very important for us. So when you support that, it will be easier to make decision making, and also even for you as the county or sub-county director, you're going to be able to see what really is happening in your county, even from the click of the button, accessing the dashboard, and also getting the summaries in terms of the report that the system is the system or the system displays. You're able to get it from the click of your button. Don't need to call the 50 or the data schools, but from the dashboard, you are able to see that. So moving forward, we are kind of looking at the reporting levels on escalation level, and here we are saying identify the first point identify the first point of contact for each issue. Where is the issue starting? What is the genesis of the issue? If there's a challenge with the data that has been collected from the school, then the first contact issue, the issue there is the issue with the head of the institution. Why did he capture more students than not? If again the head teacher is not able to log in, then you need to be able to assist that head teacher to log in, either to escalating that issue up or resolving it at the teacher level. To map the full escalation path, we are going to display that if the issue is not resolved. How do you resolve? How do you escalate an issue if it is not resolved at the school level? If you have noticed an abnormality in the data from our school, you have talked to the principal and the principal is not to adhere to your advice. How do you report that issue? How do you escalate the issue, even to the PS and to whoever, so that the issue is resolved? And then justify the choices based on the support hierarchy. Justify their choices based on, justify why that support is required. Because it will be not right for a sub-county, for a school in a certain sub-county, getting direct request for support from the county director of education when we have got county director of education. From the county council when we have got the sub-county council. Colleagues, they are of communicating back, forth, up and down. That is what we expect from our schools. So I want to move on to a few things towards our last. This is an escalation path, which I think I've mentioned from the end of institution to the sub-county director. We hope there will be a KEMIS county officer somewhere who reports to the CDE, and of course KEMIS headquarters at Johor House to handle issues. At the county level, they'll be able to resolve those issues of data validation errors, user access issues, and system level problems within the county. And then national level will be able to address some of those issues that are of national issue and within the system. And the NEMIS, we have received issues from even the principals directly, just calling and telling me that, can you reset my password? I've forgotten. Or am I an incoming end of institution primary school, and the former principal has not added over, but only sending the credentials. Can you check for us? Can you do this and this and this for us? But that one we have been able to resolve even at the national level. But I hope at the county level, we will be able to have those matters resolved. So I would like us to move on to what are the key takeaways. What are the key takeaways from this workshop? I think Karimi was sharing. He has a challenge. Towards the last. Are you there? Towards the last of it, what are the key takeaways? What are we taking away from this training? Okay. Yes, this is what I wanted us. I wanted to just look at what are the key takeaways, and I'll just mention them just as they are. One is that as the county director or the county directors, you'll be allowed time to practice before the rollout of the live system. So this system will be open to you today, tomorrow, next week, the week after, until the time it is rolled out. That is one. We are going to be given the timings by the senior management. So note that is one. To ensure relevant stakeholders are adequately sensitized and clearly understands their role in the implementation of KEMIS. What you have the end of institutions, the principles. Those are the ones that are currently defined in KEMIS. And anytime, because I know We are still early in the year. You'll have quite a number of meetings with them. Kindly emphasize to them, mention to them what is expected of them, and the clarity of data is very key. The designated officer and read the county director, the sub-county director, the CASO, the county sub-county CASO. You are the official data handler. And in our case here now, for this case, the CDE, you are the designated officer. So anybody else who is handling any data within your office is handling this data under your responsibility, and you'll be held responsible for that data. If you create a user as a county director or sub-county director, then that user is in your account. And being in your account, then any data that is there, it is responsible, you are responsible for that data. So remember, it is a delegated function to whoever you're going to create. At the end of the day, you will be held responsible. Validation of the data, very important. And during the tea break, I've seen the press release. I don't know whether you've gotten it, the press release concerning the verification of data, which was done at the meeting yesterday at Jogo House. I've seen a circulation for press. And you see now, because of the omissions, I've seen some 28 sub-county directors. I've seen, I think, 14 head of institutions to report a school has been closed. More than as mentioned about it. You know, this is part of your responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. So if a school closes, it doesn't cost anything, because at the end of the day, you say, yes, this is the communication that I need to say that this school closed down. This school was affected by flood. This school was affected by treaty. So failure to do that, then you find yourself committing, in quotes, a sin of omission. You are not responsible as a county director of education. So it's unfortunate that we have got 28 of our colleagues implicated because of some of these gaps that come with what we expect to do, and maybe sometimes we don't do it. We don't report, we don't cross-check, and the show cause why, which is not common to in the ministry now. It is happening somewhere. The credibility and validity of the data sets in KEMIS will depend on the quality of the data provided at the source. So that's the reason why we are saying you need to validate that data. Because as the saying goes in the ICT world, garbage in, garbage out. So at the point of capture, data provided at the point of capture is very important, because it is at that source. If we put in garbage at that point, if you capture error at that point, then the error becomes embedded into KEMIS, and it will be very difficult for us to remove that error unless a recheck, a validation is done at the source. And the last bit of it all is KEMIS is work in progress. There are more modules that are going to be deployed by, but majorly what we presented, the 4 modules are the main modules that the team was feeling that this is the modules that could be we could be having as the initial modules. Then more modules will come. Infrastructure. Are we going to do? Learner? What do you call it? Not register. The register. The calling of register. Are we going to do it online, such that we say the register should be checked at 9:30 in the morning. So by 10, we are able to see, to know how many children in grade 3 have reported in this country by 9 or by 10 in the morning, something like that. These are modules that are going to come in. I think infrastructure. I've mentioned about the land attendance. I've mentioned about maybe assessment also may come in, and all other courses that by and by the KEMIS Secretariat feels necessary, important for them to have them there. And finally, we are saying that all the official details should be, the details should be official and not personal. Use official, encourage the schools to use official names of the school, official emails, official mobile numbers or landlines for the school, so that we don't have challenges of accessing this data in case of a principal leaving, in case of a demise of a principal, a end of institution, transfer, retirement, green pastures. So all this, we need the official information from the school. And as you do the transfers, you present over, handing over, taking over, because I know some of you are involved, then the credentials should be part of the adding over and the taking over notes when the principal are coming in to those schools. So those are some of the takeaways from this meeting. And I think that forms my part of the last part of our presentation. And we want to say thank you. Thank you very much. The last slide there, thank you very much. We can clap for ourselves. Yeah, we can clap for ourselves. I would like to see a clap. Appreciating everybody. Thank you, Ruth. You've been there. Thank you, the chat and us. Yeah, thank you. Asante sana, I can see Breda. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Sahara. Mohammed, we appreciate. Mandera uko wapi? Mandera, I cannot see your clap. Mandera, where are you? Yeah, thank you, my Northern. Mandera, where are you? Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end, thank you, Ibrahim Abdi. We appreciate that. Asante sana. Any comments, any observations upon what we have been able to, discuss? Anything? Thank you, Ali Akale. Any? Thank you, Bwana Kaburu. We are grateful. Eric, asante sana. Any comment? Any comments? Okay, thank you. So, any comment? The form has been shared on thank you, Philip. The form has been shared on the chat. Kindly take some time to click and fill in the form as we tend to the end. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Any comment? Peter,
Yeah.
you've been very active.
Let
Peter.
me say something.
Yes.
Let me first appreciate the facilitators for the good work that they have done for the last 3 days and the engagement that we have had as the sub-county directors and all other stakeholders who are involved. We really appreciate that we have taken through the KEMIS. However, probably here and there, some of us had challenges in the network. Also, some people are also engaged in other activities. But we are able to follow, and we really appreciate. At least we are aware what is coming, what's ahead of us. We have a task that we need to achieve as a team. The other thing that I wanted to say is that we need also the head teachers, since the principals probably have been taken through. I don't know what is the plan for the head teachers, because they also need to be at least taken through what they are supposed to do. Then the other aspect is that there is a lot the school has to do, because if they have to capture the learners fully, then it requires time. It requires time for them to carry out the activity. I don't know how much time is going to be given for them to actually capture all the learners after the registration of the schools. The other thing that I also wanted to point out is the aspect of registration of all the schools, having in mind that all these schools has to be visited by the quality assurance officer. And I know most of the sub-counties may not have the quality assurance who is going to carry out such activities. So my fear is there is some delay probably in some sub-counties where they don't have the quality. And I believe the headquarter will do something so that if we start, we all start at the same time, and nobody will be left behind because of probably not having some officers in place. That is what I wanted to comment. And finally, let me appreciate all of you and also the participants for also taking part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, for that. And I want just to mention, I know this is not the only county, Isiolo County, with which don't have adequate CASOs. I think it's a phenomenon across, and even many of these CASOs are retiring. But Peter, don't get worried. I know this is something that will be given a way forward. How do we handle this exercise for how long, so that we don't have any school that is locked out. So those are matters that will be addressed that time. So thank you, Peter, and thank you, everybody. So finally, I would like to also call, I think, the county director for Isiolo.
Before that,
Yes,
Martin,
Philip.
yeah, I wanted
Yes.
to say something. Thank you very much. I wanted to commend the facilitators. I want to say that we cherish you people the way you deliver the content, and we are very happy. I want also to say something concerning our colleague, that we want to take home that this is a new dawn, that integrity is of interest for us to make this system a success. One challenge that I want to put across, that we have some new sub-counties whereby infrastructure is a challenge, even the laptop, the desktop, and even the personnel. So I think it's also an issue that the MOE must look for those new sub-counties. Otherwise, we really appreciate, we are grateful, we have got something. I know we may not get 100%, but I can say that we have met the expectations. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah,
I also have a small
I like
concern.
that. Yes, Mandela.
I really appreciate what you have done for us for the last 3 days. We are really enlightened, and we hope that we are going to deliver what we are supposed to do. My concern is that I prefer that you share with us the slides, so that sometimes we can just sit down and review and get a deeper understanding of what might have passed us during the few days that we have been within the training.
Thank you, Mr. Mandela. Yeah, for that. Actually, what is going to happen, maybe after we run the cycle, we are likely to have even soft copies of the manuals, so that once you click, you're able to follow. You know, again, print is becoming expensive. Having hard copies becoming expensive. We'll try and see. But yesterday I saw some draft tutorial, kind of a document, and can help you navigate through. Because actually, Mandela is just navigating through. How do you navigate through this system? So I know the Tech Secretariat has put something together, and it will come out so that it guides you on how you navigate through. So thank you for that. And so to close for us, we have a speech from CEO KEMIS, but before that, I'd like to call the county that is Isiolo, behalf of everybody, the participants, to the closing remarks. I can see Madam Butere is there, and I hope the CD is not there. If the CD is not there, Madam Butere, then you are the one to give a closing remark on behalf of all the participants. Madam Butere, are you there? the closing remark on behalf of we hear the speech. Yes, Madam Mary, are you there? Because once the speech, we was in prayer by one of the participants, and then we should be done. Yes, Madam. I can see you have
Hello.
unmuted.
Yes,
we
I
can hear
have.
you.
I want to. Yes, Good afternoon, everyone. I want to appreciate the training that has been done. We have really learned a lot, and it's going to help us in our data management and also in the transfer of learners from one school to another. It has actually been wonderful, though of course sitting for all of us and attending to customers who are in the office, but we have been able to learn a lot. Thank you very much, team. And Team Isioro has actually been on throughout. So we are actually going to do the data protection very well. That we promise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And on behalf of my team of the Odan, Tony, Karemi, Brenda, we want to thank you for also allowing us to be your facilitators. We have enjoyed every bit of our interaction, and we hope that at that time we will have a time to interact physically on this another exercise that will bring us together. So allow ourselves now, we hear the closing remarks by the CEO, Kemi, and then from there, Ruth Mwita kindly prepare to give us a closing prayer. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
To our county directors of education, sub-county directors of education, quality assurance and standards officers, schools auditors, and all education officers who have participated in this important online training for Kenya Education Management Information System. I feel heavily indebted to say thank you for you have taken your time to participate in this great endeavor for the good of our children. I am more than glad to attend the closure of this training workshop. Indeed, it has been a journey of 3 days, a journey of practical engagement, a journey of sharing with one another, a journey of visiting the scenarios in our institutions of learning as you engaged with one another and with facilitators throughout the 3 days. I am more than inspired to participate in this closing workshop because I was participating in this program in your background. I trust you may not understand, but I was there with you, sharing and learning together with you as you are carrying on with this important training for the last 3 days. I do appreciate the skills that have been transferred throughout these 3 days. These skills will inform on building a lasting data management system for our sector. And as our key players in the sector, we trust that our heads of institution will immensely experience the beauty of KEMIS, because KEMIS will be the one-stop point for data management for our sector. It will enable our institutions of learning to provide quality, accurate, and informed data for government decision making. And we of course trust that as you walk with them through the journey, you will engage with one another as you support our heads of institution to build quality data for the Ministry of Education. In our engagement with you and with our heads of institution and with one another within the space, we trust that we play our roles and provide the best for our ministry and place our ministry at the top in matters performance. Ladies and gentlemen, you are graduating today, and we shall award you with your certificates. This certificate is a testament that we effectively participated in this process. And from time to time, we know that we shall be calling upon you to walk with us the journey, to support for us our health of institution whenever there is need. So please be available, be proactive, work with everybody in this very space in matters quality data management. In my view, colleagues, it has been a long journey. This is the best decision that our ministry put forward for us, and we must run away with it and do the best as the actors in this sector. I trust you all, and I believe you've done it well with the facilitators, and what remains for us basically is to carry out the supervisory tasks which is ahead of us in matters supporting our heads of institution. I do believe it will be well with us, and finally, we shall celebrate together when our sector will be shining and providing quality data and making informed decisions for the benefit of our children. Having made the remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my pleasure to officially close this important training workshop.
Yeah, let us appreciate the ceremony with a clap, the point of reaction, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sahara, Peter. On the chat, we have a form. There is a form that we have posted there. Just click the link and then give us the feedback for this training workshop. Allow me to call upon Ruth. Ruth, are you there? Ruth, for a closing prayer. Ruth, where are you? I can't see Ruth. Okay, allow me to call upon Blenda. Blenda, our TOT trainer. She can do the closing prayer. Blenda.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. We can now bow our heads for a word of prayer. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we want to come for you this afternoon. We thank you, God, for the process that you have taken us through. We thank you for each and every one of us who have been available for all the 3 sessions. Thank you, God, for allowing us to reach our expectations and help us, oh God, to be able to interact with the system, to be able to help out where the help is needed and guide our steps through it all. As we break for the sessions, we pray that you be with each and every one of us. May you be with us, God, provide for us, protect us, oh God, and guide us in everything we do. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We meet another time. The meeting of the workshop is adjourned or ended. Thank you.